It's time to crown the fastest kid on the block. Welcome everyone. This is the Junior Speed Chess Championship. I'm International Master Tanya Sachdev. Alongside me, my co-commentator in a crime, Grandmaster Robert Hess. Robert, I'm still recovering from all the action from the plane, and it's going to be another day of nail-biting chess.
Yeah, we switch gears from the Aim Chess Rapid to the Junior Speed Chess Championship. But here in the JSCC, you know, all these hungry kids, what they want the most is not just to beat their opposition, but make their way to the Speed Chess Championship.
That is the big prize at the end of the road, the golden ticket to the main Speed Chess Championship. And of course, the biggest talents will be vying for that spot. What is the Junior Speed Chess Championship? Let's talk about all the action that's coming up. It is a platform for the biggest chess talents across the world in a grueling format to crown the fastest of the lot. And this year, it is only for players who are 18 or under. 4 players were invited to the JSCC and 4 have qualified. And of course, Robert, it is $50,000 on the line. But once again, the big ticket to the main Speed Chess Championship.
Oh yeah, because in the SCC, you meet the likes of Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. But those names are saved for a later date because here in this single elimination bracket, China, these are all the names we have to talk about. Some superstars in the making, some superstars already.
And that's the cool thing about Junior Speed Chess Championship. We've seen previous winners go on to graduate to become these world elite players, and we might be seeing that in this edition as well. The 4 qualified players, Robert, Gukesh, Christopher Yu, Raunak Sadhwani, and Denis Lazovic will be playing against the 4 players who qualified in the May event, which is Ohanyan, Pranav, Samadov, and Dardha. What are you expecting from these matchups and the single elimination bracket?
You know, you mentioned how some players were invited, others qualified. I expect to not care about any of that. And the reason why is because all of the players in this field are super strong. And we're starting off with Gukesh and Ohanyan. Of course, Gukesh, number 13 in the live ratings, did so well in Norway chess. But Ohanyan does not care. He is ready to take down his Super GM opponent. So Gukesh, he needs to be on his toes. He needs to be playing carefully. It's going to be a tough match.
Super strong, hungry for the wins, and super duper talented. This is the match that we will be starting with Gukesh, who just recently turned 17 and on his 17th birthday beat a certain Magnus Carlsen in the Blitz event of the Norway chess. Of course, Gukesh is already one of the established elite players in the world. His live rating at 2744. He will be taking on Eamon Ohanyan. And Eamon is a super talent from Armenia. Robert, he's only an international master, but he's got 2 GM norms. You cannot write him off.
Yeah, I think he's about to become a grandmaster in a few months. His title will be verified. So I think for Ohanyan, you know, he's beaten grandmasters before. Has he beaten super grandmasters? That's a different question altogether. But this is speed chess, and Ohanyan is one of the best players on chess.com. He is super talented. He is super fast. He has experience in all time controls. He was in the recent OES, the Olympic Esports Series. So he has what it takes to take down a player like Gukesh, but it certainly will not be easy.
Yeah, wow. It's going to be a big fight. But Robert, for all practical purpose, it's clear, and chat, we want to hear it from you as well, that Gukesh is a big favorite by the numbers here. Whether it's the rating, him being a grandmaster, the hot streak that Gukesh has been on. And I want to ask you this question. What does Eamon do today to make this difficult for Gukesh?
Well, we see the Smarter Chess predictions. Everybody who's watched this kind of commentary before knows I disagree with them no matter what they say. But 18-10 prediction in Gukesh's favor, Tanya, I don't know about you. That sounds reasonable, at least at first glance to me. I can't believe I'm agreeing, but Gukesh is the favorite. But that also shows that Ohanyan, 22% chance. That feels about right.
You're such a rebel about the Smarter Chess predictions, Robert. But yes, this time, at least on paper, it feels like it is on point. But sports is not about what's on paper. It is about what happens on that particular day and how much form the players bring in. As we can see in the 5+1 portion of the match, the prediction is 6.5 to 2.5, where it goes on to the shorter time control of 3 minutes with just a 1 second increment. It's 6 to 3. Robert, I think for Eamon, the best chance is to take it into that bullet portion, the 1+1, with as least of a margin that he can manage. Because the bullet, we all know 1+1 is absolute randomness.
Yeah, it's a different ball game, as they say, and Hikaru's actually spoken about this a lot when he plays in the SpeedChess Championship. He feels that if he's within 2-3 games, he has a great chance against anybody. And I think for Ohanyan, that's the striking distance, that he needs to enter the bullet down at most 3 games, because you can't trail by more than that in a relatively short bullet streak. So I think for Ohanyan, that's the number. 3-point deficit is the maximum he can face against Gukesh to have a realistic chance.
I mean, we can't really even talk about Hikaru. Him against anyone in the world, no matter what the deficit is, the guy is just brilliant. He can make a comeback from any situation, but absolutely. For Imin Ohanyan today, going into that bullet portion, he needs to keep the margin as narrow as possible. And in the 1+1, no one cares about the predictions. No one cares about who is a favorite on paper. Anything can happen. It's madness, which chat for us means absolute entertainment.
It certainly does. Who doesn't love a good Speed Chess Championship? This one brought to you by the Junior Speed Chess Champions in the making. And I really think that we're starting with such a great matchup because Gukesh, he's shown his promise on the international stage at the Olympiad, the gold medal he earned on board 1 for his individual performance. And I mean, his accolades, they're amazing. And he's just 17.
You need multiple slides to actually show the kind of performances that Gukesh has had over the last couple of years. He's also fresh out of a brilliant performance at Norway Chess where he finished 3rd. He also had a great run earlier this year at the WR Masters. You pointed out the Olympiad. He's a gold medalist. He's the one who led the team India B into the podium in the 2022 Olympiad. He's won so many events. And Robert, at all of 17, his live rating currently is 2744. He's world number 13. That's insane.
Yesterday, our number was 0.9 seconds for Eduardo Tirzaga. Today, it's 2744. And you mentioned the gold that Gukesh has won. Look at it behind him and to his side. He has won so many trophies. I'm sure that's just a fraction of the trophies he's won. But he wants to add one more. Maybe it won't be a physical trophy, but he'll take the dollars. And he wants to win another title.
That looks like the Dubai duty free to me. That is a lot of gold going on there, Robert. I'm loving it. We've been talking about sitting in a place and playing where you can find all the inspiration. That's a room that you want to sit in. You know that you're going for the big wins here, and Gukesh there looking determined for this one. A big, heavy favorite. But again, for the underdog, Imin Ohanyan, it means there's no pressure. He just has to do his best. He's not as well as known as Gukesh is, but he's been having a hot streak of his own. Take a look at that. At the very strong Sharjah Masters in the Challengers group, he won that. He's all of 16 years old. He's won several youth championships, including the European Under-16 Championship as well. So he's definitely someone you can't sleep on. Gukesh needs to strike. He needs to strike soon. He needs to strike big. For Gukesh, it's clear. He has to make sure he brings home as many points as possible in the 5+1 and the 3+1.
Yeah, I mean, Gukesh, he's talented no matter how much time he has on the clock. It really doesn't matter. He's so strong. But what you don't want to do is give your opponent, who you're higher in confidence, by, say, allowing them to win the first game. Because then they feel, you know what, I can do this. Not, oh, this position looks difficult, but my opponent's so strong, I don't think I can manage it. I think that Ohanyan, the start that he gets is really important. And for Gukesh, you want to exert that super grandmaster force. You want to show off your skills, and you want to get out to an early lead.
Robert, did you say show off? Did you just see the room that Gukesh was sitting in? That is some massive flex right there. Let's take a look at the time control, the format for the Junior Speed Chess Championship. It is the signature chess.com Speed Chess Championship format, as we see 90 minutes of 5 minutes with a 1 second per move increment. Then we'll have an hour of 3 minutes with a 1 second per move increment. And then finally, 30 minutes of madness, 1 minute with a 1 second increment. And the players will finish the game that they start before the timer runs out. And we can see the players are getting ready, Robert, behind the scenes. They're about to start, feeling the nerves, feeling the tension. Once it's get go, there's no looking back, there's no time to rest. And there we've got Emin Ohanyan on the screen. He's ready to take on Gukesh.
Yeah, he seems ready. I like the cabinets behind him. This Armenian youngster, he is really strong. And I think sometimes, when you do not have the pressure, as you mentioned, he is the 8th seed in this event. Everybody expects Gukesh to win. Sometimes that can really help you because you feel like I'm just playing the game one move at a time, and whatever happens, it's going to be fun. I'm here to have a good time, but he's also here to win. I mean, he is a very dedicated player, and I think we're about to have liftoff.
I'm going to address the cabinets in the room here, Robert. Two very different sides. Gukesh with a lot of gold behind him. Emin Ohanyan looking to fill up his own cabinet. And this could be the day it starts. As we've been mentioning, the past winners of the Junior Speed Chess Championship have gone on to establish themselves in the world elite. And this is a huge platform. Arjun Arugasi is the current Junior Speed Chess champion. He defeated Nihal Serene last year. And this one's going to be a big, big fight starting today. And this is the match that we kick off with.
Yeah, we might as well name our previous champions. Wei Yi was the first Junior Speed Chess champion. Then we had Nihal winning 2 in a row, and Arjun upset Nihal a year ago to take the title. So we have some superstars who have won this event, and Gukesh, he's already there. He's amongst the world's elite. For Emin Ohanyan, if he could take down Gukesh, I mean, who knows what the future holds for him? It's already a great, successful career at just 17, but I think he can add more to that cabinet, as you said, because maybe that's a sign. Maybe he's signaling it's empty right now because I want to keep adding to it. So it's always going to be empty as I look for more.
It's going to be interesting to see if he starts filling it up today itself. We've got liftoff action is on. Gukesh starts with the white pieces. And wow, we see a kind of a Catalan with black deciding to go fianchettoing as well. Robert, I'm not sure. Did this come from a Slav? Did it come from a Catalan? What happened here?
It came from knight f3 on move 1, just to quickly go through the moves. And we had a sort of ready setup, and then black decided to fianchetto as well. So a very solid start to this game. As we hop forward to the live position, black protecting the pawn on d5. And now that we're here, Tanya, I mean, this looks like very normal stuff. White plays knight h4, trying to force some of the issues here in the center. And, well, capture on d2, queen takes d2. That would look weird, but Tanya, in these types of positions, you can play queen takes d2 because the bishop on c1 may have other diagonals to work with.
And the diagonal that you're looking at, Robert, is on the left side of the board, the queen side. You want to push that b pawn ahead and land up with your bishop on b2 or even potentially on a3, eyeing that e7 pawn. Gukesh goes on to get more control, more space in the center, coming on with tempo, already about 40 seconds up on the clock. Not looking easy for Emin.
No, these pawns, they can be menacing, but on the other side, they maybe are targets. Sometimes you're like, oh, can I push that pawn back to e3? Let me get a pawn chain. So this d4 pawn needed defense. That's why the knight left the rim back towards the center. And then it begs the question, is bishop g4 in time? Oh, there might be rook d1. So instead, Emin just develops. I think this is sensible. Queen b6, bring a rook to d8, things of that nature. So Tanya, I feel like there's going to be a lot of tension in the center.
I love it already. Tension is exactly the kind of chess that we like, and he goes for the idea of developing the bishop on the queen side. This gives black the opportunity to immediately perhaps strike with c5. You've been pointing out that bishop on g7, that's the big trump in black's position. You want to open it up. You want to challenge white's center as quickly and as strongly as possible.
And he goes for queen b6, and the eval bar reacted in white's favor. So I think you were right, Tanya, that c5 looked like the way to go, but perhaps didn't like the trades in the center. c5 now, well, there's no pin. This bishop was protected. Also, this pawn can go up to d5. So rook d8. He is playing to keep that tension in the center. He's just saying maybe your pawn d4 is more of a weakness rather than a strength in the long term. Tanya, bishop g4 at some moment really could hurt white.
And especially once white's rook lands on d1 to try to defend the d4 pawn. Bishop g4 is a pin you don't want. Some nice tactic being set up there. A battery along the e1, a5 diagonal. Bishop a5 would win the exchange on the spot. Also a strategic idea, Robert, here of putting the queen from d2 all the way to b2 so that it steps out of the way from that rook on d8, defends that d4 pawn. So this is tactics combined with strategy. I'm liking bishop c3.
I think, completely overlooked this idea, and I have to admit, I didn't see it coming either. But this is really great stuff from Gukesh. That queen on b6 is where it wants to be, putting pressure on d4. But if you don't have time, and you really need to play bishop g4, you have to spend another turn moving your queen. It's a bit awkward, but on the other hand, Tanya, this queen may find its way over to h5, and that does give black some chances to try to trade off light square bishop. So Gukesh is like, I heard you. No light square bishop trades for black.
Yeah, it actually looks like that Gukesh is talking to Robert right now. Did you say queen h5? What queen h5? I got g4 coming in at some point. You're not going to get your bishop on h3. So again, some good preemptive prophylactic play there by Gukesh. For Ohanyan, it's all about trying to find his counterplay. And it's not easy in these positions. What you really want is to strike in the center with a potential f5 or c5, but that means more weaknesses for black. Robert, it's a bit of a suffocation strategy that Gukesh has going on here.
It's a great way of framing it, that black just does not have space, does not have squares. And knight c5, taking advantage of a pin along the d file, but the eval bar really didn't like that move. And queen e1, maybe not the best move, but still a very good one. So it gets the question mark, because there was something better. I wonder what move was available, because that looks like a relatively natural move to me, stepping out of the pin. But I wonder, what do you see, Tanya? Instead of queen e1, protecting the e4 pawn, did you have a better option there?
And we see the eval bar kind of stabilizes. I think queen e1 is a very, very human approach in this position. You step away from the d file, defend the e4 pawn. And Robert, Emmanuel Lasker, world champion, he said, when you find a good move, look for a better one. But in these time formats, when you've got just 5 minutes on the clock, when you find a good move, you very well downplay it. You see queen e1, it keeps things compact. You defended e4. You play that move as quickly as possible, but look at this. Ohanyan is making use of a lot of pins on the board. White could not have picked up that knight on c5. The bishop on c3 was hanging. He also puts pressure on the e4 pawn. But right now, black doesn't have a good way to actually capture e4. Queen e4 runs into white picking up the piece on c5. If black gets greedy with capturing on e4 with the knight, white can also jump on with his own knight to e5. Robert, let's show this trick that's available. Knight e5 comes up, and after bishop e5, there is a big intermezzo of picking up the knight with the bishop, attacking the queen, winning the bishop on e5 on the next move, and winning the game.
That's a really beautiful tactic. The intermezzo is essential, and that's why we see, instead of a capture on e4, the knight hop back to a6. So it's clear that Ohanyan's strategy has not worked out. Look at white's beautiful center. Everything is defended in the position. The rook protects the bishop in case it needs an extra defender. But at the same time, this rook on f1 is not in play. Tanya, if rook could jump over the queen to d1, I think white's already just completely winning. But unfortunately, your queen can't move out of the way. So white's pieces stepping on each other's toes, but black doesn't have time. I'm looking at the clock and the position. I think Ohanyan's in big trouble.
Rook d1, you put that rook, jump it over, castle the queen, and you're absolutely winning. The bishop falls back on f1, you start pursuing the queen. The queen doesn't even have great squares in the position. But that's the only challenge that Gukesh has right now. Everything else is placed beautifully. Control on the center, the b3, a2, these 2 pawns on the queen side really limit black's light squared bishop. What is Ohanyan's other problem is that knight on a6. It's really not playing currently. And Gukesh, taking advantage of the moment, jumps in with his own knight. The one thing that black doesn't want to do is give up his fan-shadowed bishop for this knight on e5, because that would create a lot of dark squared weaknesses. But Robert, if that's not an option, if the queen has to fall back, Gukesh is already thinking about an f-pawn marching down the board. f4, f5 ideas, and that's really scary for black.
Yeah, he was thinking about whether or not black captured. So, he says, you know what? I'll grab it. My knight now has a square to jump back to because there's no pawn on d4. But Tanya, doesn't it feel like black has moved back and forth, this queen went to b6 to b5 to d3 back. This knight went from a6 to c5 and back. I just feel like black has spent a lot of time dilly-dallying to some extent, and white is ready to strike, as you mentioned, with f4. But when you push pawns forward, you have to acknowledge they don't move back. There could be overextension if white doesn't strike at the right time.
A lot of queen dancing there done by Ohanyan, but it was also the need of the hour. It's some or the need of the minutes in this case. The queen is the only active piece that black has in the position. Not much else to play with, but the one good news, like you pointed out, is that the black can finally find itself in the game. Knight c5, knight d3, but is it in time? White wants to move the king away and start pushing the f pawn. This is a race. Can black jump in with the knight to d3? Robert, I feel not, because f5 is coming in with a tempo.
Yeah, who cares about this rook on c1? f5 is too powerful. f6 or e6 and queen h6. There's going to be a checkmate attack against the black king.
Oof. I love it. e6 and that move that black just played, rook d3. Don't be fooled. It's not an attacking move. What it wants to do is sacrifice the rook for that bishop on c3 if and when it's required, because white is coming for those dark squares. This is getting tricky. f6 in the air, e6 in the air. Not right now. Watch out. Queen g3, Robert.
Is that actually scary? That's the big question. Like, queen takes g3, there's all e takes f7 and all these ideas, but I like the way Gukesh is playing this. Even if he sacks his own exchange, and the reason why the knight can't get back, but he missed queen takes g3 ideas?
And it's a check, but how are you guarding the mate on g7? You can give a check. I fall back king h1. What's your move?
There's queen takes h3. This is unbelievable. We need to bring up an analysis. We're only 3 seconds left for black, and this is why Gukesh is thinking. After e takes f6, you're threatening mate in 1. It looks impossible to stop. Queen g3. If you play king g1, queen e3 forces the queens off the board, and king h1 odds. Queen takes h3 check, and after bishop takes rook h3, you force the queen off the board, you stop the checkmate, and suddenly it is black who is up material. I told you, Tanya, you do not want to give the underdog confidence, and all of a sudden, Amin Ohanyan should be very confident because he is proving right here, right now, that he can out-calculate, even with 3 seconds on his clock, the mighty Gukesh.
This is insane. What a turnaround this is. Gukesh now going into a think tank, but it might be too late and he can't go for the intended idea. Goes rook f3, but now you can go queen e1 and at least force a draw here. But maybe there's more rook h3 ideas. Is he going to find more than a perpetual? Robert, can he go queen f? No, he could have gone queen f2 and rook h3. Robert, king g1, queen f2 was winning. Oh my God, can we show that?
Yeah, the new game is starting very quickly here, but I actually can pull up the previous game. I'm just going to show it very quickly while the new game gets underway. I mean, that is a fantastic line by you, Tanya. It's so hard to see these ideas when you have 2 seconds, but queen f2 check is your point, and after king h2, rook takes h3, the bishop cannot take. That is illegal because it's pinned. You have to give up your queen for the rook, and that's just going to lose the game. So instead, it looks like king to h1 would have been necessary, and this, I guess, is where he struggled. Is there rook takes h3 check?
Or you just take on f6?
No, it's even easier. You just take the pawn that is threatening checkmate, and black is up 2 rooks for just the bishop. That would be winning. So good find by you. Really hard to spot on the fly, and we are getting into game 2. And here we go. Just to
Robert, I don't know if you noticed, but Emin Ohanyan, he was shaking his head after that result. I think he immediately realized what he missed, and that was a big moment because taking the lead so early on, things could completely turn around. The predictions would be in the dustbin by now, but Gukesh, after having a winning position, survives at the very end.
But you have to give credit to Ohanyan. He was just completely busted. He had no time. And yet he saw through. He saw the main tactics, and that's why he was able to survive. He didn't win the game. As you're saying, that would have been huge for him. But look at this position. He is white in game 2. He's created a great pawn chain in the center, and he's just playing solid, strong chess. So I feel like, confidence edge, that's good for Ohanyan here. Now, he needs to make the most of it. He needs to get a good position like he has now, and he needs to maximize. So, that's the question I'm going to pose to you. Tanya, you're a d4 player through and through. This looks great to my eyes. How do you make it more from aesthetically pleasing to a legit advantage? You like that move, queen b5?
I do like it because if black was to take that queen on b5, yes, you can recapture with the knight, but it also is important that you can take it with the pawn, open up the a file, and the a7 pawn would be a long-term weakness. So capturing on b5 would be a big strategic mistake, which is why Gukesh falls back with the queen. One of the ideas that you want here is to push back that black centralized knight on e5. How do you do that? For Emin Ohanyan, he can start considering the little move h3, taking control of the g4 square first, and then go for f4 so that the knight doesn't have the g4 jump.
Yeah, that is very principled in this line. It's thematic. H3, take away the square, then F4. Don't rush F4. That would be a huge blunder to knight G4, and the bishop has nowhere good to go. And this bishop on G7, it's waiting in the wings. It's, long term, that's a huge plus in black's position once the diagonal clears up a bit. But for now, it is Amin Ohanyan spending time. So in game 1, he did this. He spent a lot of time in the early stages. In game 2, he's like, I have 3 minutes left right now. In normal blitz games that I play, I start with 3 minutes. So he is probably using this clock like he wouldn't ordinarily, just because he has more additional time to begin with. But he needs to find a plan. He's better. It looks good. It's that Benoni structure. But what is his actual idea right now?
Well, black's got a clear threat, right? We've been talking about h3, f4. Black wants to play c4 and plant his own knight on d3 and try and look for counterplay on the queen side as well. Emin Ohanyan first starts with trying to narrow down on the queen side, just get more control. a5, also eyeing a further push to a6 to create some more light square weaknesses. Eventually, he really wants to start playing on the king side with a3, f4 coming in. Meanwhile, for Gukesh, the plan is to push the c pawn, try and get the other knight to c5, jump into d3. Robert, I won't be surprised if we see c4 on the board.
Yeah, and I think bishop f2 was played because he was worried about another pawn strike, f5, and that bishop was a bit loose on e3. Sometimes that, is something to look for. And bishop f2, I don't see why it's a bad move, but because of your plan, Tanya, black is doing a-okay. c4 is played. That knight now can come to d3 with a shot against this bishop. And that bishop on g7, we're saying it was waiting in the wings. Now it's about to have a fully open diagonal and unleash its potential.
Do not give that dark squared bishop. And that's an advice for both white and for black here. You really want to keep these two pieces intact and only trade it for each other. Knight d3 is a big threat, but what I'm really worried about is Emin's time right now. He's under 2 minutes on the clock. Meanwhile, Gukesh with over 4 minutes. And this can really count when the position gets complicated with so many pieces on the board. It's going to happen. It's bound to happen. But Robert, what Emin showed in round 1 is that even with seconds on the clock, he can really calculate fast and be precise.
Yeah, but it's one of those situations where it's like, fool me once, all right, you got me. It's not going to happen again. That's Gukesh for you. He let one slip. He had a winning advantage. He was really going for checkmate, and he didn't find the correct variation. But look at this position. It already just looks, to my eyes, great for black. I don't need the eval bar at zeros. I'm looking at this with all of the potential for black's knights here. It seems good. And then you look at the clock, and it's 3 extra minutes and then some for Gukesh. Amin needs to play quicker. This is not going to get it done against Gukesh.
100%, because the last game, had Emin had a couple of extra seconds, he would have definitely found the killing blow. And that's what it comes down to. Those extra minutes on the clock for Gukesh saved him in that position. And now we see he's under a minute on the clock, plays the move rook to b1. What he wants to do is go b3 and get out of the stronghold that the black knight has on d3. But Robert, usually in these same-ish kind of positions, that's not the direction that you want. You want to start pushing in the center.
Yeah, look at this. Rook c8. There's no pressure against this pawn anymore, so knight d3 is about to happen. He goes rook a4, trying to get this pawn. If you play knight d3, I'm going to take on c4, but it's not the best move. That's clear with the question mark. And one idea that comes to mind is a pretty natural knight to c5. There's bishop h6 ideas, kicking this knight out of here, so knight d3 is next. I feel like this game has gone completely wrong for Amin Ohanyan.
I love knight c5 because it almost forces white to actually recapture with the bishop on f2, giving up this dark squared bishop, making a monster of black's bishop on g7. Rook a4 has a question mark, but it's already a very difficult situation here for Emin. Things have gone wrong with the white pieces. Barely seconds on the clock, and Gukesh wanting to keep the queens on the board. I think he's also playing on the clock. It doesn't matter what the objective evaluation is. He just wants to keep as much material as possible on the board.
Yeah, look at these knights. This knight comes to c5. Please take my knight on c5. And so it happened in king f1. And no, this can't be good. And the eval bar says, no, this is horrible for white because that was a miss. But this is what's happening when Gukesh plays quickly. Maybe he's playing too quickly, right? That's something that we can, and I think it's a justified criticism thus far, or maybe a suggestion more than a criticism, is that when he gets these winning advantages, he should just win on the board rather than trying to rush it and also use the clock.
Yeah, it's always such a tough balance to find those critical moments, when to stop when you're in the pace of moving quickly. And I think so far, the time management has worked in Gukesh's favor. Knight D1, and this is where he pauses to have a think. He can feel it. He's placed all his pieces in an optimum position. Now he's looking for a way to break through. Does he jump in with the knight to D3? But he's got to calculate tactics, because knight D3, it might look like a move you want to make, but white can perhaps just capture on C4, and there might be complications. The white knight can jump on E3, targeting the C4 pawn further. So it doesn't really get anything for black. Where is the break? Is he thinking about a potential F5?
Yeah, no, I'm looking at F5 for sure. Just open up more lines for your piece. Look at this rook on A4, right? It's doing one thing and one thing only, hitting this pawn on C4, and that pawn is quite well defended. So you might have time to play a move like F5. Bishop H6, if you want to kick this knight out of here so C4 never feels vulnerable. That's an idea. As you mentioned, knight D3, of course, will always be an option. And he goes queen E7. He wants queen H4, but the eval bar doesn't love it.
Doesn't love it, but Emin, with just 6 seconds on the clock, makes the move rook c1, further targeting the c4 pawn. But now the black queen can find itself on g5, on h4. The bishop h6 idea that you mentioned in the previous moves comes with more horsepower here. Bishop h6 would be a huge pin on the diagonal. He starts with queen h4. This is getting bad, and this is what happens when a player has more space and better placed pieces. You can jump around from one side of the board quickly to the other. We see the queen has landed on h4. There's a mate in one, a big threat. I don't see how you're fighting it. If you move the knight, there was a mate on f2, and that's it. Emin resigns that one. He had no time left on the clock, and now Gukesh starting with the Jabava London.
Yeah, no, he's going for the Jabal London, trying it out, and that was a nice game from Gukesh. I mean, he didn't do anything fancy at first, played an opening that, according to the engines, was slightly better for white, but then he found all of the good ideas while his opponent, Ohanyan, was just moving pieces back and forth. It didn't seem like he had a concrete plan. So thus far, I would say Gukesh has played excellent chess overall, with the exception of overlooking that tactic in game one. In game two, he slowed down at that right moment. He brought Queen to e7 to h4, and eventually he delivered a checkmating attack. So knight comes to c6. Kind of early stages here of this Jabal London. I think that for Gukesh, he's playing one of his, blitz opening repertoires. But what do you make of it? I mean, do you like it? Because I always have a problem when I put my knight in front of my own pawn. It feels like I'm a little cramped, at least more than I should be.
It's one of those openings that with black, when you're facing the Jabava London, if you don't know what you're doing, you can get into trouble really quickly. It's not an opening of choice for me with the white pieces, but I think if you're well prepared, you're ready to handle it. Because very often, white would not be able to get too much advantage out of the opening. But also, Robert, it comes into what format. In a classical game, sure, you can handle anything, think, take your time. But when it's down to minutes on the clock, when we're talking blitz, we've seen London and the Jabava London gain so much in popularity. Because all of that is thrown out of the window, it becomes an opening that's not as easy to answer.
And you see by Ohanyan's think there, it wasn't easy for him to answer this opening. He plays bishop g4. One thing that he wants to do is play e6 and win this pawn on c5, but you know that he's looking out for knight a4 type of idea. So first we see black give up the light square bishop and then play e6 rather than e5. This is a very instructive moment. Many people would have lashed out and played e5, attacking the bishop, thinking that you win a tempo. But you really do is cause yourself a problem on d5. So this pawn chain is essential. A pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn, and this pawn on d5 is what white is trying to target anyway. So don't push your pawn up to e5 too soon. That's overextension that would have cost black some material.
And a really nice point there as well of giving up the light squared bishop, because he wanted the queen on f3. And Robert, if it's possible, we just go back one move. Before going long castle. If white had actually tried to defend the c5 pawn, there was a check on a5, picking up that knight here, because the queen is not on d1, so there's no c3 on the board. And that's the reason that Emin Ohanyan decided to go bishop g4, trade off the bishops, and then go for this plan. Let's get up to date with the live current board that we've got. We've got long castle. Queen comes to a5, so still delaying picking up the c5 pawn. But the drawback of that move is that the f6 knight is tender, and you have to spend one more move. Maybe fall back with the knight to d7, but things are getting a little slow in terms of development for black.
So maybe just develop with bishop e7. My first instinct, because I see the eval bar go to -1, is there some kind of knight e4? The good news for the players is they don't have the eval bar, so that can trick you sometimes. You see that, oh, it's good for me, I must go forward, and I thought knight e4 to distract this knight away from eventually queen takes a2 would be on the table. But knight d7, you suggested it. It is a good idea. You're just trying to win the c5 pawn back. The knight can go to e5, and this bishop, it's staring into thin air. There's nothing it's attacking, but whoa.
And this is what I was scared about. It's a great idea if knight d5 doesn't work, and this is definitely something to keep in mind because black has lack of development. The king is in the center, and Gukesh goes for it. He goes for this. This is going for blood. Pick it up with the queen. You're threatening that knight on d7. And Robert, how are you defending this?
Well, I think you can play queen c7, but I feel it. I'm like barely hanging on because of all these threats, and I'm wondering, did black have a move there? If we just go back and analyze for a second, e takes d5, it gets that mark there because it misses the mark. What you needed to do, I think, was throw in knight e5 first, attacking this queen, and then the queen goes up to e4, and only then, if you want to, you can take this knight on d5, and you've kind of gained a tempo in a way where if this rook takes on d5, you play f6, it's uncomfortable, but black has some counter threats, queen e1 check, queen takes a2, things of this nature, and for the moment, black would be up a piece for 3 pawns. It's a material imbalance, a very tricky position, but I do think that throwing a knight to forward with e5, it could have saved black a tempo and maybe made his defensive task a little bit, at least more natural to my eyes.
That's a really great point you make. And it's often these intermezzos that you miss because it's so natural and a human tendency to just recapture immediately, especially in these quick formats. You don't take that pause. It's kind of like the hand move that you make. And this might cost a lot for Emin Ohanyan currently. After queen d5, he does pick up the pawn with c5, the c5 pawn. And now bishop c4, bringing another piece to the party. Queen f7 is a big threat, has to fall back, defends it. Robert, it looks dangerous, but at least for the moment, I don't see a killer blow for white.
No, I don't either. And white's best move is take this e-pawn and throw it off the board. Get out of here. So you get a rook e1 check, because if you could deliver a check on e1, I think the game is just crushing in white's favor, because the bishop would never be able to go to e7, and this is the main point, is that white has all of this firepower going after the black king side. So I think queen d7 or queen e7 are your only 2 moves here. Not easy to choose between them, Tanya. Queen d7 offers a queen trade that obviously white is not going to accept, and then you have to move your queen again once the white queen moves out the way. But queen e7 delays your development further because your bishop on f8 can't get out. Tanya, I don't know which is better, but which would you choose?
Yeah, it's definitely choosing between the two lesser evil, trying to find the lesser evil. And he decides to go with the queen to e7, not walking into any discovered ideas with that rook on d1. And Gukesh keeping the momentum on the clock. And Robert, I can feel your energy. You're leaning forward right now because you know how dangerous this position is. The c5 knight is hanging.
But I love this move, rook to d8. So just for everyone who's watching this game and confused with all these pieces that are hanging and threatening things, this queen on e7 is needed here to defend the f7 pawn. So that's why queen takes d6 was not available. But now, after bishop takes e7, rook takes d5, what will happen is black will give up this rook and get a piece in return. That's a bad trade, but remember, black is already up a piece for a couple pawns, so we will likely see a material imbalance, Tanya, where black will have 2 minor pieces for a rook and a couple pawns. Black's king still not completely safe. It's going to be an interesting, let's call it a queenless middle game. It's not quite an end game just yet.
Yeah, usually the side that's got the 2 minor pieces against the rook, you want the queens on the board because the main idea is to try to create play and activity against your opponent's king. If it's an endgame, the side with the rook and the extra pawns is the one that has an advantage and the winning chances here. And I'm doing the math. It's not 1 extra pawn. It's 2 pawns and a rook for 2 minor pieces. Robert, in these endings, and especially with the black queen side pawns being weak as well, white doubling it on the d file, for Emin Ohanyan, he needs to struggle for a draw here. Gukesh, I think, is playing for 2 results this position.
Yeah, and look at the clock as well. That's not going to help Ohanyan. But what might help is this move f5 and a knight to e4. He's suddenly giving his pieces some squares. And your best move is a6 back to b7. Sorry, that's not legal. But to your point, you want to connect your pawns. You don't want these isolated pawns on the queen side. So look at Gukesh playing small moves with his pawns. c3, a5 was played by black. It's hard to get to black's pawns, Tanya. I feel like this is an ideal defensive setup for Ohanyan.
Absolutely. And at some point, white has to strike with the G pawn all the way to G4 and try and create more weaknesses on the king side. You've got rooks. What you want are open files. You want files and ranks with which you can attack your opponent's pieces. And I see a question mark on that move. But bishop d8 returns the favor. There was something better that black had there.
Yes, and I'm only getting a clue because there was a question mark and black was with the advantage. Just very quickly, it was a tactic just to show that instead of bishop to d8, knight to b6 was available. Rook takes a5, knight c4, hitting this rook and threatening a fork on e3. This is kind of outside the box, not easy to spot. We're only helped because the engine says, oh, there was a missed opportunity there. But this still looks like black is really trying to hold. I actually think that black is in trouble because your minor pieces can't move. The bishop on d8 is stuck here. And if you move your rook away, you'll lose the c6 pawn. So I don't see a plan for black just yet. As the game
You're going to end up losing a lot more because e5, e6 is also in the air. So black had to untangle himself from all the pieces on the D line. Now the rook is targeting the a5 pawn. And maybe still he's got this idea of knight b6, knight c4. But the big difference there, Robert, is that white has a check on it.
Right, so there would not be a fork on e3 just yet. That is something that black wants, though. Bringing this knight to d5, that should help stabilize. White does not want to put a pawn in c4 because then you hand all the dark squares to black. So white would like to play b4 and a5 and just restrict the enemy bishop while pushing your passed pawns. This move, rook a7, directly attacks the pawn on a4. You can defend by going for a counter threat or by pushing your pawn to a5. But I feel like these positions, Tanya, are still quite tricky.
As long as there's a knight on the board, it's always tricky because there are forks in the air. You just never know what's going to happen. But so far, that knight on f8, you know that it's not the most dangerous piece. It's not been able to find those checks on the board. Hits the rook, says you can take the c6 pawn, but in return, white will have to give up the a5 pawn. The two passes on the queen side with just 9 seconds on the clock. Robert, it's going to be a miracle if MN survives this one.
It will be, but at least there's some clarity. That's the good thing. When you don't have a lot of time, you need a clear plan. Rook g5, and after g4, pawn h5. Things of this nature come to mind. So suddenly I see ideas. Rook a2 check, taking on g2. He can go for this pawn, but Gukesh says, I don't care about the quantity. Look at how good this passer is. How are you going to stop it? It's just going to the other side.
It's a great question, and it's going to be assisted by its best friend, which is the c-pawn. The c4, c5 advance is always in the air if required to defend this pawn. Rook b5 is a threat. He could start with the move c4. He starts instead with the king advance to a4, taking control of b5. I don't see a way of stopping the pawn from queening, Robert.
And he lost on time. He didn't see a move. And so he now is down by 2 points, 2 wins in a row for Gukesh. This is not what you want for Emil Ohanyan. A great start with that first draw. It was a shaky game, but the result was there. But now with the white pieces, Tanya, he cannot afford to lose 3 in a row. He needs to get at least a draw here. And I think he needs to exert some pressure because we haven't seen him with a better position outside of when Gukesh blundered in game 1.
100%. And as we see our featured chat there, Khan saying that Gukesh will try and dominate this one. That's exactly what he's doing. And Robert, as you mentioned, a third loss in the row, it's not just about the scoreline. Psychologically, in this format, it is so difficult to come back from that. You just go into a spiral, go into a tilt, and with no time to recover, it's only downhill from there. This is the moment that MN Ohanyan needs to stop the bleeding. Whether it's somehow to keep the fort, to hold the fort with a draw, or to try and win this game, but with the white pieces. The one good news is that Robert, for the first time, he's got control on the clock.
Yeah, he has control on the clock. He has control in the center. Look at this d5 square, and white has 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces all staring at this square. So that may leave black with this backwards pawn. But I like this bishop on e5. That's a great piece. It's hitting the knight on f4 directly, maybe putting pressure down on the h2 pawn. So, Tanya, I don't have great experience with either color in this position. Of course, I've commentated enough chess in my life to have seen it many times. But one of the big questions that I'm asking myself is, do I want to play knight e6 and go into bishops of opposite color territory? What do you think? Would you play the move knight e6 or maybe just a simple knight d5?
It all just comes down to what are the options here. Knight e6, I think, given the fact that white that black does have the bishop pair is definitely something that he considered, but instead he goes for the d5 square. Robert, very often in these positions, the fight is for that d5 square. You want a piece over there to keep things together, to keep everything under control. But what this does allow is the f pawn to march down the board. You have to time it well, because an f4 move runs into a check on g4. Every pawn moves leaves behind a weak square, and that's what happens if black does rush with f4. That bishop on e5 for Gukesh is a great piece. It can't be challenged. But right now, with white's piece activity, everything in a dynamic balance. As long as black cannot play f4, white is fine here.
Yeah, and I think black strategically is in some trouble. As you mentioned, f4 is a move that is very likely to backfire in these positions. It's okay for the moment, but you see Gukesh, he says f4, that looks too risky, and instead plays the move king to h8. I think that makes perfect sense. He's also getting out of this diagonal. He's getting out of the check's way, and that way he could play bishop takes b3, as this wasn't immediately a check. So interesting moment here, Tanya, where we're going to see a knight that's going to get to d5. Knight c6, by the way, is a possibility here if you want to keep this knight on the board, but then bishop takes d1, knight takes d8, and don't know who that works out for. It's one of these really complicated, you take me, I take you, we keep going with it, but I do think he can just take on b3, and after queen e7, put this pony on d5, but that bishop on e5 is so strong for black.
But as is the knight on d5, right? This is like one of those positions where both pieces are powerhouses here. The knight on d5 is white's trump, the bishop on e5 is black's trump. It'll come down to whether black can get those central pawns rolling, or will white be able to find play on the queen side against the a6, b5 potential weaknesses. Bishop b3 on the board, and again, the one thing Ohanyan has to do is not take too much time. Don't burn the clock. If he feels that capturing on b3 just keeps the balance, he should go for it. Instead, he goes knight c6, and Robert, it's a mistake.
And it's a commentator's curse, because I was about to, you were talking, and I realized my own mistake, and I was going to admit it. And then he plays knight c6, and I'm like, wait a second, there's bishop takes h2. Just to dial it back for a moment, you couldn't take on h2. That was a brilliant shot from Gukesh, because if you take queen to h4 is check, the king has to move back to g1, and then the queen on d1 is lost. So it was an oversight. I spoke it into existence, and after king h1, queen h4, your queen is under attack, and once this bishop moves, queen h2 will be checkmate. So I'm sorry. I mean, my apologies. I know I said knight c6 was possible, but it clearly was a bad move, and I missed it the first time. But unfortunately for him, I'm not playing. I can take it back. He cannot.
All your fault, Robert, that this happened. I remember the SpeedChess championship between Hikaru and Magnus, where you call that bishop c7, the epic moment. I think I'm sure chat knows about it and remembers it as well. So again, it's down on you mentioning the move knight c6, and it was all game over. You either lose your queen or run into a checkmate at that point. And finally, Emin decides to move on to try and save some time, get as many games in as possible. And that means 3 losses in a row for Emin.
And, it's way too early in the match to say, oh, he can't make a comeback, but he needs to start somewhere, and he needs to start soon, because while there are 54 minutes left in this longest time control, 5 minute plus 1 second increment, he's probably at his biggest disadvantage in this time control, right? This is not more time on the clock, better for the stronger player, and Gukesh is the stronger player between the two. That's not up for debate, but Amin Ohanyan, he's about to be a grandmaster, very strong in his own right. He needs to find his footing, he needs to get some kind of advantage, and he just needs to play one complete game. That's what he needs for himself.
And by complete, what you mean is a game where he feels his flow, he's better, and he's able to get that win. That's the confidence boost that you need. Robert, I've been in Emin's position in the I Am Not a GM, and it's such a difficult psychological battle. You lose a few games in a row, and it's just hard to come back. It's a spiral from there, and it takes a lot of strength of character to be able to do that. But Emin has to make sure he strikes back soon. It's not an easy task. He's playing the black pieces. And right now, with the given situation, if he can find a way to just stop the bleeding, stop the losing at the moment, think about the wins later, just keep things under control and get out with a draw in this one, that would be big success. But it looks like to me that Gukesh is going for it. That last move, knight d5, it offers a piece trade, but black doesn't really want to take on d5 because white will recapture with the e-pawn, and you see that e7 weakness, that's going to be a weakness for the rest of the game. Rook e1 coming in, too much trouble. And I already feel that the advantage is shifting, the momentum is shifting, and it's towards Gukesh in this one.
Yeah, the first game, Gukesh, kind of had a winning position and let it slip. But then Amin could not fully capitalize, though he scored the half point. But, when you get a draw like that, you feel good that you didn't lose, but you feel kind of bad because you're like, I got lucky. I need to, outplay my opponent. So that is what's missing thus far. And Amin Ohanyan is capable of outplaying Gukesh, the mighty Gukesh, the Gukesh who's got third place in Norway chess, whose live rating is 2744, number 13 in the entire world, not number 13 and is a junior player, 13 in the entire world, Olympiad gold medalist. I mean, he's such a monster. But what Amin needs to do, he needs to play faster, that's for sure. And he also just needs to, find his confidence. He needs to be able to just put together a series of strong moves where he's like, I'm feeling the flow, as you said. And I just don't think he has that right now. I think he's lost his confidence a bit because of what's happened the last 3 games.
And that's the hardest thing to do right now, is to not let Gukesh get into your head and to find the confidence after the way things have gone. It's not just been the result, but also the momentum of the games. Gukesh has been in the driver's seat from round 1. There was that small moment where Emin had that shot, but it was just a couple of moves. Apart from that, it's always been Gukesh dominating in these 4 games, and that's the turnaround that Emin needs. And once again, we see him go really down on the clock. 2-minute advantage for Gukesh, centralized pieces, that last move rook e1, again, just playing against the capture on d5. And if black can't capture on d5, if that knight remains, it's going to just stop all of black's counterplay. It's going to tie down that queen on d8, defending the e7 square, and always eyeing the light squared weaknesses around black's king.
Okay, but the knight
back immediately.
Yeah, I wonder if he was thinking that black may play e5 to get rid of that weakness and then take on d5. That actually was a pretty interesting idea, and I'm just going to show what that looks like. And to your point, Tanya, the reason why black never took on d5, just to put that on the board, is e7 is such a big target. You see that black would be in big trouble. The eval bar suggests white is much better. But I was thinking that e5 at some moment, and if the queen moves anywhere, bishop takes d5, now you're not scared of this. In fact, black is, you see, strategically winning because you have the dark square control against a bad bishop. So if you could push that pawn to e5, that's something that Ohanyan needs to consider if the knight goes back to d5 at some point.
Really nice there. So knight c5 with the threat forces Gukesh to fall back with that monstrous dragon that wasn't a knight on d5. And now he goes with the rook to e8, just defending the e7 pawn if it's required. Once again, the reason that white has placed the rook on b1 is that he's fighting against Emin's threat of a4. How you want to meet a4 is with the move b4. And that's only possible if white does have that rook on b1. So just to understand why he's chosen that square, it's not a passive move, but it's just prophylactic.
And we see a3 to get b4 in. As you're saying, that rook on b1 is serving a critical purpose. And black has moved a bit back, but now might be the time for e5. It's not an easy move to play because then d6 becomes a backwards pawn. But what you really would love to do is this one ever goes to a4. That would be the end for white. That strategically would be terrible. But you just sense it from Ohanyan. He's moving back and forth, back and forth. And Gukesh, he has put this knight back to d5. It's been a rinse and repeat. But Tanya, I don't know. He can play knight c5 now, but there is b4 they consider. So he goes queen b6, offering the trade. I need him to just play a couple moves in the flow of the game.
And white falls back, refusing the trade. b4 was again a threat, not anymore. Emin fighting that threat. Knight centralized on e5. c4 pawn is tender. White doesn't have the option to go f4 because notice the pin on the diagonal with the queen on b6. And perhaps Gukesh can start considering sidestepping with the king and renewing the threat of getting f4 in. And I'm just wondering, is Emin going to try and get tricky with the move a4?
Oof, a4 is definitely an option because you want to get rid of this b3 pawn. And after the move a4, white's best move is pawn back to a2, creating a full pawn chain. So good eye by you that the c4 pawn will be loose in many of these positions. King h1, definitely an idea here, trying to play f4. And maybe after king h1, f4, there are knight g4 type ideas, so you have to be a little bit careful there, but I guess it's not the end of the world because white can push h3, and maybe that's your point, that it may look threatening, all these smothered checkmate ideas you see in Puzzle Rush, not going to happen in this game, and king h1 was played for that reason.
It's on the board. And as you pointed out, f4, knight g4 looks scary, but the deeper you go into it, you realize it's only a check on f2. You can push that knight further away with h3. And if the knight comes to f2, it'll only get trapped. I'm expecting f4 on the board. That last move, h5, it eyes the knight perhaps even jumping back to h6 at some point via g4. I'm not really sure, but the good thing is that Emin played h5 fast. He's still down by a minute on the clock. Robert, the plan that we were talking about is on the board. And I'm just wondering, is he going to go forward just to come back on the next move?
Well, I'm looking at ideas for h3. I give up the knight because if you remove these h-pawns, rook h8 will be a checkmating idea.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if rook h8 is not a good idea because then you can play h4 yourself and try to go for this attack because that white king has no escape square. And what I want to see from Amin, it's not even just about objective good moves. Obviously, every player wants to play the best moves that they can, but I just want to see him come up with ideas and be confident and go for it at queen f2. Maybe the engine doesn't like it so much, but in blitz chess, mistakes happen, and I think mistakes often happen when your king is in danger, and now the g3 pawn's under attack. The queen trade is offered. But he's saying you can win the piece. Is that what you're about to say, Tanya? But that looks scary for white.
I would be tempted to go rook e2. And the good thing for Gukesh is that he's got the time on the clock. So it's clear that if white trades, black recaptures, goes to d3, is a happy camper there. The knight can find itself a safe on the squares. But rook e2 is the critical move. How dangerous is it? Black does pick up the g3 pawn. White picks up the piece on g4. But the king just hides on g1. And Gukesh is calculating all these moves. It's burning the clock. He's still up on the clock. But Robert, I don't see the killer blow after sacrificing the piece. I think he's going to go for rook e2, and we're going to have fireworks.
He's doing the right thing by calculating, though, because we don't see it at first, and he probably is like, you know what, I think I can get away with it. But then you miss one idea in the line, and you're immediately lost. So I think he's going to work his way through it. He played rook e2. But I think in this position, rook h8, you just got to start making some moves here for black. But queen e3 was excellent, I have to say. That way you get king f2 and queen g3 if the queen goes to h2. If you could force the queens off the board, then you're winning. But if king f2, maybe rook h3, so he goes king f1 instead.
I like king f1 because I think rook h3 was a big threat, taking advantage of the pin along the second rank there. And now the point is that, yes, you've got this H line, you've got a pawn on G4, but how do you continue the attack? How do you continue the initiative? White can even play really slowly, maybe jump with the knight to D5, but also just a long-term idea to show. Rook D1, Rook D3, get the queen on G3. I'm just struggling to find how does black continue the attack, the momentum.
Well, he tries to put all his pieces in the H-file, but the king runs away. That's a king march. I like that. It's not Petrosian, it's Gukesh. And this queen on H2, by the way, is like trapped over here. So it's not participating in the game. And so Gukesh now up a piece for just a couple pawns. His king is safe, and he actually just takes this queen off the board. I was saying I like what Ohanyan is doing. I don't like it anymore. I take it back. Everything that Gukesh did was perfect. And for Ohanyan, he tried a sneaky little attacking plan, and it didn't pan out.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking because Ohanyan down to 2 seconds on the clock. He's down a queen for a rook. There's no attack. There's no compensation. This will be his 4th loss in a row.
It seems very likely unless he can get some kind of checks in, and he brings his rook to h1. So he is doing a pretty good job of causing some complications. But knight c3, what a calm move by you. Instead, he goes for the aggressive f5. Is there? Oh, there's some problems for the white king.
Where is he hiding? He wants to go to e3. King d2 and king e3 is what he wants. And he's saying that I'm coming for your king. I'm not really sure because after king e3, black can pick up that f5 pawn. What's going on here? Oh, and he goes king e4. That's amazing. Queen g6 was a big threat.
But rook g1, great play by Ohanyan in his time. Rook f1. There's rook f2. Oh, he has a check in.
Queen h5.
And then what? Because check, here, check. There's rook g7 back. And this f5 pawn is in some trouble. This is complicated.
And the good news for black is he's got to come back with the rook because the e7 pawn was tender. He does exactly that. You can't really take on f5 because you end up with a lost endgame. Knight f4, Robert, it looks like Gukesh has calculated everything. And now knight e6 comes in. Queen h3.
Oh, knight e6 won the game on the spot. It said he goes for checkmate here. So how can black stop it? I don't think you can. The king successfully runs away, and it's mate, right? No, but you win the rook at least.
And that should be enough to win the game. Just go queen g7, win the rook, give the checkmate on the next move, and that is it. I mean, Ohanyan there. That's game. That's game over. And with that, Gukesh wins the 4th game in a row. And again, Robert, in convincing style, we see him there. He's been on fire today from the very start.
He's been unbelievable. He made a mistake in game 1. I was thinking maybe that would give Ohanyan some chances, and Gukesh said, no, that's your only chance. Thus far, it has been a display of excellence from the youngster from India. He is a sensation, and he's playing a sensational match, and that's why he's up 4 points.
Wow. And this is the halfway mark of the first segment of the Junior Speed Chess Championship of the 5-minute with a 1 second increment. We will be back with more 5+1 action. Emin Ohanyan has a mammoth task in front of him. He's got to start scoring, and he's got to do it fast.
Ryo, congratulations on winning the Chess Kid Youth Speed Chess Championship. Defending champion has defended his title. National Master Ryo Chen wins.
Match is over with this game.
Exactly. Spiez wins the final 3 games to close out this match.
You don't want to face this man right now. He's playing the Junior Speed Chess Championship. He's just 17 years old, but he is currently the world number 13, rated 2744 on a hot streak, winning so many events. And there we see behind him all the trophies, providing all the inspiration he needs. And Robert, he leads with a 4-point margin. Right now, what Emin needs to do is not look at Gukesh's camera.
Yeah, because you look at the trophies, like, this guy's won a lot. And, I mean, I don't want to add to that trophy case, at least not in this match, not today. But for Emin Ohanyan, Tanya, it's been a really rough start. It's kind of the worst case scenario for him. He did draw game one. That probably felt good, at least on paper. But as you said, it's not just about what happens on paper in competition. It's about what happens in the flow of the game. And it's been all Gukesh.
Yeah, he's been flowing like water today in this match. And Robert, 4.5 to half. We've been talking about Emin being the underdog, his best chance being of getting into that bullet 1+1 segment with as narrow a margin as possible. And that plan isn't working out currently. A 4-point lead if Gukesh runs away with it, which he's already on the way in the 5+1. It's going to be really hard for Emin to try and get a comeback. It's not just the scoreline, it's the psychological, the inner game as well. The battle of trying to recover, of not letting your opponent get into your head. And I'm afraid for Emin, it's an uphill task.
It really is. And, you know, he's such a strong player, very capable. I think he's getting some nourishment as he gets set for the second half of the 5-minute plus 1 second per move increment time control. And yeah, he just needs to have a complete game. We've talked about this a few times already, but if he can just string together a series of good moves, if he can just say, I can outplay this guy, it can happen, then he will probably feel a lot better about his chances. But for now, he hasn't outplayed Gukesh, with the exception of that game one blunder from Gukesh in a winning position. It's felt like Gukesh is just in complete and utter control.
Well, he got this little break in the middle, and I hope he's been able to switch up his mindset. The two battles that he's been fighting is not just over the board, but the clock management as well. And that's the trickiest part. It's definitely the 17th piece in this format, Robert. And Ohanyan needs to make sure that's not a narrative that gets repeated. And I see him doing that. That's the good news. He has played fast. He's made the accurate choices. And I see that the queen on d4, the d file is open. It gives white the option to not only line up with the rook and the queen, but also notice how white's bishop can come to b2 and start potentially threatening along the diagonal as well. The knight jumps to e4. I'm eyeing some weaknesses there. It looks like this could go Emin's way.
Yeah, it's a good start to this game, that's for sure. And the problem when you play Gukesh, someone who's number 13 in the world, is his opening preparation is stellar. His middle game execution is fantastic. His end games, yeah, he may be young, but not much of a problem there either. There are no weaknesses in Gukesh's game. Now, relative to some other elite players, sure, he may struggle to do certain things. Everyone is growing. Every chess player is a work in progress. But I think that's a big issue, is when you play somebody that's maybe your own strength, you say, what direction do I want to take this game? When you play someone who's better than you, you're like, you know what? You know, I can maybe get them in uncomfortable territory. When you play the number 13 player in the world, I don't think there's anything that's uncomfortable for him. He loves chess. He's great at it. And so for Emin Ohanyan, he's just struggling to find that direction. And, well, he brings his queen in a good direction, I would say, opening up an attack against the queen on d8. And, Tanya, I'm looking at this position, and I'm with you. I actually do like it for white.
And for a second, I was just wondering, what are the squares that Gukesh has for the queens? Not too many, Robert, which is why he falls back with the knight to d7. And it is an uncomfortable move to make. It already does imply and hint to us that things haven't gone well for Gukesh in the opening. For Emin, of course, he's qualified into the Junior Speed Chess Championship through the May qualifiers. It's his first time here in the mix. It's also a lot about experience. He's got 2 Grandmaster noms. He's been having phenomenal performances in the Opens. He's won so many youth championships. So he's definitely someone who's capable of making that comeback. And for him, at the end of the day, it's also about gaining a lot of experience. I really like what he's done so far in this game after that short break that he had. Queen h5, eyeing potential sacrifices on h6. And look at that. Is that Gukesh? Is he going to repeat? Will he try and bail out?
What an interesting repetition this is, but it makes sense to me because where else could the queen go from h5 back to h4? That looked a bit awkward, entering the bishop's line of sight. So we have seen a repetition thus far, and considering how much time Emin spent to play it, I don't think this is some kind of preparation forcing draw sequence. I think he's just playing the current position. And what do you think? Will he make this draw?
He really shouldn't. Robert, he's got the white pieces. He's down by 4 points on the scoreline. And he doesn't. I think that's a very good decision. And this is the kind of fighting, ambitious play that's required from Emin right now to fight the titan that he's facing currently with Gukesh against him. Queen f4, a good choice by Emin.
Yeah, you know what? Play knight e4. Give up this a2 pawn. Play bishop b2. And that looks like a promising attack. I'm not even just saying it because of the scoreboard. Although, if I'm being honest, we have to take that into account already at this stage. Like sometimes you feel, I need to play for a win. I need to get a W. I need to narrow the gap from 4 to 3. But I just think this is principled play. You go over towards the king side. And this black king on g8 doesn't have too many defenders around it. And the queen side is lacking for black. There isn't development there. The pieces are tangled up.
I like that move. The knight from e4 also stops any potential bishop g5, queen g5 trading ideas. And once the bishop lands on the diagonal, it will be a fire piece. Robert, what Emin has to make sure is, again, not to take too much time at this moment because it's not a super critical moment. He goes for the right choice, which is great news, but he needs to keep control on the clock. He also has to make sure that after declining that repetition, he doesn't let it psychologically affect him. Knight e5 gets across. It's a bad move. Does white just simply continue with bishop b2, or are you seeing some tactics in the position?
Bishop d2 might be the starting place, and he plays it. The queen is forced to go back to c7 to keep contact with the knight. But this is an awkward situation for black. So bishop c3 is my first instinct, and then c5, and then knight d6. And you can tell that all of a sudden the pieces are coming to play here, and black does not have much control. This is a really good game thus far from Emin Ohanyan.
100%. And he continues the momentum, and that's the most important thing. Robert, if Emin can convert this advantage, he's back in the match. All you need is one good win. Not a win that comes out of luck, not a win that comes out of blunders, but a win where you feel that you outplayed your opponent.
Yes, and it's what we keep saying, and I know we sound like a broken record, but a complete game is what's needed, and apparently that was a huge mistake. So suddenly Ohanyan has chances here. Is it bishop takes e5 and just grabbing a pawn in the center? That steals a pawn, but it does give black the bishop pair. I like the look of it. Maybe there's also kind of some potential. I'm wondering if like a queen e4 just to line up against this pawn on c6 and f4 becomes an option. There are too many pieces on the e-file.
I like that. I agree that white can pick up the pawn, but at the cost of that nice c3 bishop, giving away the compensation of a bishop pair to black. It's something that I don't think it's super tempting for white to go for after having a dominating position. Queen e4, on the other hand, was a move that I really liked the moment you pointed out. Ohanyan makes another choice. He first dilutes the pressure on the queen side, picks up the extra pawn. The a2 pawn is weak. It's snapped up immediately by Gukesh. The c6 pawn is hanging. Lot of loose pawns in the position, and he could start with the move rook to c6 as well.
Yeah, and looking at this knight on d6, which is pinned and under attack a couple times. So for black, rook a5 comes to mind and was just played. This queen is under attack over here. Rook takes c6. There's queen takes c6. I think black gets away with that because the queen was threatened. And he goes queen b2. So bishop d6, rook I'm like, did he just blunder a piece? The answer is no, he did not. He will take on c6 and get it back. But then there's
queen f7, queen f2.
Uh-oh.
We might be seeing it after rook c6. Yes, you win the bishop back, but black gets the f2 pawn. It's happening on the board. I think Emin has lost control of the position.
Yeah, as soon as he took on b6 en passant and opened up the queen side for black, it went from Gukesh having no real moves, no ideas, to suddenly some pieces that are getting out into the open. But the eval bar is still hovering around the center. Rook takes d6. It is possible. Queen takes f2 does not lead to checkmate. So maybe that's why it remains a bit balanced.
A bit balanced, but the worst is over for Gukesh. And again, it comes down to that dominating moment that he had where he decided to liquidate the pieces and the pawns. And your suggestion of Queen E4, I think that was really strong, Robert. It keeps the tension on the board, and Black doesn't have enough space to actually get out of trouble. But now Queen B6, wow, that is a move that we were not expecting, but an accurate find there. It hits the rook on A5. It defends the pawn on F2. The bishop on D6 is hanging. That's a great move by Amin.
Yeah, that's great tactical awareness by him. And you would think, well, Queen is loosely defending this pawn on F2, so let me distract the Queen or give up the rook somehow. That's not checkmate. So you can give up this pawn over here on F2. So this rook really is under attack. That's the main point. And if you play rook C5, that looks like a decent try. I can take on D6, give you the F2 pawn, and at least temporarily, White would be up a pawn in that position. I mean, it's not a perfect game, but I really like the way he's playing this game. This feels like a true, strong blitz game.
100%. And it's one of those games where Emin from the start hasn't been in trouble, but he's the one who's been driving the edge. Perhaps not the most accurate, but this is the format. This is blitz chess, and you can't expect 100% accuracy from the players. But Robert, he just had such a nice advantage out of the opening. And now I feel that, again, Black has managed to stabilize. I like the idea of shutting down the defense along the diagonal with placing a piece on C5. He goes with the same idea in a different way, goes bishop b4, deflects the queen, and look at that tactics everywhere. You can't take the rook. It's a checkmate on G2. If you pick up the bishop, there's a back rank checkmate.
Yeah, bishop d5, rook takes d5, rook takes a queen f1 is mate at the end. But what about bishop d5, rook d5, queen c4? Can I just pin your rook? How are you getting out of that?
Oof, that's nasty.
Well,
rook d5, queen c4. What's the move here? There's a defense we see, but maybe it's just rook d8. And you say you can't pick it up with the rook because there's queen f1. And it's crazy completely if rook d8 works, but I think it might.
Wow, I mean,
rook
that...
d8 or rook f5.
This is crazy. This looks like Black should be losing. E4, for example, takes advantage of the pin, but then there's queen f3 check, picking up this rook over here. So it looks like it should be just about winning for White, and he plays rook f5. E4 hits both rooks. Look at that. E4 would hit both rooks at the same time, and yet it doesn't work out because Black has rook h5, going for checkmate ideas of his own.
Wow. And that's why rook f5 is more precise than rook d8, because it allows Black to play rook h5 and go in with the mate on h2. Rook d6, after rook h5, he wants to give up the queen and get two rooks for the queen. Queen d5 is what Emin wants. He just blundered. He just blundered the whole rook.
Ohanyan had 0.8 seconds when he made that move, but Gukesh played too quickly, and he just resigns. He doesn't even play to win on time, and Amin Ohanyan is on the board. You see the relief in his face. He's on the scoreboard after that good game. It wasn't perfect, as you were saying, Tanya, but he got the job done. At the very least, he was securing himself a half point. He gets a full one.
It was 100% flow by Ohanyan, and in the end, with the pressure, Gukesh crumbled. King h7, forgetting that the rook can be picked up, all the attacks on the board, and Ohanyan is back in the match. This is the kind of win that he needed, but he needs to keep the momentum going because there's still a big 3-point deficit. And Robert, he's playing with the black pieces. He just needs to make sure that things don't go out of control. If he can strike back one more time, then it's a real match. Then it's just anyone's quarterfinals.
And this is a funny move to get the brilliant double exclamation points, but Black is down a piece and giving up a rook in the corner, but the knight on d2 was loose, this pawn on c6 was under attack. So this is a highly theoretical line. I have very briefly looked at it in the past, when I was working with some players, just trying to go through the complications here. I don't really remember what we looked at, and it's super complicated, where this bishop is trapped in the corner, this knight is under attack. Tanya, these kind of openings, like these 20-move sequences, all the rage these days, and Gukesh is actually the one spending more time. So is that a good sign for Ohanyan here?
This is insane theory for anyone who's not familiar with it. But with all these youngsters, this new generation, the next generation of chess players, their theoretical knowledge is so on point. They know exactly what they're doing. And that's why the players have been blitzing it out. I think for both of them, it's familiar territory so far. And now we see Gukesh advancing down the board with that C pawn. It's not only a passed pawn, but it really takes away squares from Black's bishop as well as the king. With rook d5 coming in next, Robert, yes, he's going to lose that bishop on h8, the corner bishop. But meanwhile, this pawn on c7, the rook jumping onto b8 gives him enough counterplay. And now it's Ohanyan who's in the think, and I would be too, facing this position.
Yeah, I hate variations like this, where if you make one mistake, you just lose. And that's the type of opening this is. c7, rook b8 is already a huge threat, trying to promote your pawn. So I think, if my memory serves me right, this bishop has to move, I think, to f5, and you're trying to play rook c8 afterwards, and it's close, right? It's a really close call here, but the bishop on h8 is imprisoned for the long term, and I think that's the right way to play. And it says white is still slightly better in this position, but either side can go wrong.
Right, and if bishop f5 is the only move to keep the balance, because it comes out with a tempo of attacking that rook on b1, so white doesn't have the time to push the c7 pawn, then it's a super critical moment. Because if not bishop f5, I'm also trying to find alternatives here, and c7, rook b8 is a massive threat. For example, if you develop the bishop anywhere else, Robert, except f5, where it hits the rook, white goes c7, Black will put the rook on c8. I don't know if we can just quickly show the difference of what happens if Black takes out the bishop to the wrong square. It's so important to come out with the tempo, and he finds it. That's the good news. But any other move would have allowed c7, rook b8, picking up the d5 pawn in time, rook c8, you go rook b8, you pick up the d5 pawn next, the other rook jumps onto d8, and it's game over.
Yeah, so instead, he does find bishop f5, rook b7, rook c8, and you could see Ohanyan doing that chess player thing, like grabbing his nose, eye area, trying to recall the variations, and he recalls it well, and now I think they're at the end of their preparation. Like, they are still within the framework, but they've lost these specific moves. c7 allows king d7, that happened before. I mean, did he pre-move king d7? Because king d7 was only legal after c7. So I'm not sure if he pre-moved it, but that move happened very quickly, and white had just stole the a7 pawn, and now black can take on c7, but let's not forget that white is up in exchange. That bishop on h8 is trapped over on there, but there's no way to win it if you don't have a rook on the board. So rook takes c7 seems like a big mistake. I think king c6 might be an idea here, because you're trying to go king b6 and get that rook out of there, and there's no rook b1 because the bishop controls the square.
Yeah, so many tempting options and such little time to actually find the right one, and that's what this format's about. Black can also be considering a move like bishop h6, trying to immediately target that bishop on h8, but there are drawbacks to that move, because white picks up the d5 pawn with a check and then lands with that rook on d8, defending the bishop, defending the day. It's very important, I think, for black to make sure that you don't lose the d5 pawn. And I'm just wondering if there's time for black to go king c6, as well as the idea of going bishop e6 and then bishop to h6. I really want to win that bishop on h8.
Yeah, me too. And I think that's what Gukesh will have to be worried about. But you see Ohanyan going deep in the think tank, trying to make these ideas work, eventually getting the bishop, and he does play king c6 with king b6 to follow. He's flushing the rook out of a7. Tanya, if white isn't careful, I could see this going Ohanyan's way, and that is not what Gukesh wants.
He's definitely shaken up after what just happened. That was a one-move blunder, but often these blunders come out of cumulative pressure in the position, and that's what happened to Gukesh in that last game. Rook c1 check played, king b6 feels like the natural response. You want to push that rook out, and wherever he goes, it allows black to step up with the bishop. But Robert, it can be really tricky, because imagine king b6 here, white falls back all the way to a3. And the idea is to give a check from the B line, and then your king is in a big kill zone. You don't have time to pick up the c7 pawn because you end up losing the rook.
That's a great call, and why he went king to d6. I'm going to show that quickly because it's super important. The king b6, rook a3, and you see the eval bar go all the way up. You can't take on c7 because rook b3 check kicks the king away from the rook. You lose the rook. And if you don't take that pawn, then as I say, played bishop h6, rook b3 check, as you were just pointing out, that this king is about to get checkmated over here. Like, that is a ladder checkmate, and you don't have time to pick up the bishop in the corner. So white, in fact, would be winning there. Great find by you, Tanya, and it was a good find for Emin Ohanyan as well. He plays king to d6. He has bishop h6 next. This bishop on h8 is still trapped over here. He's doing the right thing. He's playing this quite well at this stage.
Absolutely. It's such a fascinating position right now with all these tactical motives that exist. And the problem is, if white goes back with the rook to d1, there's a slight difference in the position because black's king is not on d7, it's on d6. The d5 pawn is defended, so black can actually, in fact, go bishop h6 and start picking up material already. So bishop h6 is in the air, and I'm just wondering if it's time for Gukesh to start giving some lateral checks. Rook a6 comes to my mind. What do you do then? Do you hide with the king to d7?
Yeah. Just go back here. The pawn is stopped. But maybe you can try to go after the d5 pawn, because the problem for black is you can never go e6 without letting the bishop out of its cage. So I'm wondering if you can go like rook a6 check and try to go rook a5 to get this pawn on d5. That would allow the king to go back and forth, so it's not completely the end of the world. But Gukesh, he's in for quite a big think right now. Tanya, if you had to make a prediction, results of this game based on the position.
Thanks for just throwing me under the bus there. Here I am trying to calculate all these tactics and the lines, and you want me to make a prediction, but we do love predictions, so I'm going to make one. I think, Robert, we might be seeing a repetition, and it might happen really soon. Or not. My prediction has just been thrown out of the window. I was expecting check and back and forth, and maybe that's what I would have done, just bailed out of this crazy position. But Gukesh is going for it. He says, my one pawn is on c7, the other one is coming down the board.
But bishop h6 says black has two bishops and white's about to have none because that hits the rook on c1. So the rook goes to a1. But look at this. The advantage is turning in black's favor. I don't see why he can't just take this bishop. This pawn is completely stopped. And there's a d pawn that can run up the board.
This is getting crazy and completely out of control. You wanted a prediction? Draw is not on the cards. It's a game for two results, and that's either white wins or black wins. We see a5. It is an absolute race, Robert. It's not about the two bishops. It's about if black can create some serious counter chances with that d pawn. But it looks so dangerous, right? White just needs a6, rook b7. How are you fighting these simple moves?
I'm not sure because it is that quick. Right? Bishop f4. So there's no rook c1. So this king can slide to c6 at some moment. So king c6.
So he starts with a6. And your point is that after king c6, if white's rook is on b7, you don't get a7 in because the rook will be hanging. It's a good point, Robert.
Maybe rook c8 there. And, he goes king c6. He's finding all these tough moves. Is Ohanyan, and he's down under 10 seconds right now. He plays rook a8, which, okay, the engine says not bad, but it gives a question mark. But considering his 11 seconds, I think it's a good decision because if it's equal and he's on the easy side of equality, he'll take that.
Is he threatening rook a6 right now? Is rook a6 a threat on the board?
It looks like it, removing the guard of this rook on b7. And let's not forget, the bishop on f5 covers the c8 square. So I'm wondering here if Gukesh plays rook b8, rook takes, pawn takes, bishop takes, and then a7, and we see all these pieces come off the board. White will have a rook for a bishop and two pawns. He's going for it, but this d pawn is going to be quite advanced.
I really doubt that white can be better after the sequence of moves that you're saying and that we're seeing happen on the board. Yes, white has that extra exchange, but black has got two pawns for the exchange, a very healthy pawn structure. And Robert, I think this one, black's not in trouble.
That's, I think, what I was getting at as well. It's one of these positions where it says equal, but how can black possibly lose this game? You'd have to blunder horribly to lose. And he can go back and forth with king is king. His king can go to f7. He has two pawns, d4, d3, h5. You can never lose this position.
Did I say that draw is out of the window? I'm going to take that back.
Well, it looked like it shouldn't have been a draw because it was a crazy position. Now it does. Oh, 1.8 seconds left for black. He needs to move quickly.
And d2 coming up, it had to be stopped. And the problem for Gukesh is that he can't dislodge that bishop on f5. Black just keeps everything defended. 3 seconds now. It's just a 1 second increment that the players get. And I'm expecting just the king to shuffle around. there isn't much that either of the players can do to improve this position.
But look at how fast Ohanyan is. He had zero point 0.8 seconds, when he made one of those moves. Now he worked his way back up to 6. So he's going back and forth. The game is a draw. And, Ohanyan, he looks disappointed. That's a good sign. You may be asking me, how could it be good that he's disappointed? Because he recognizes that he had chances. Like, he is feeling the flow of these games much better than in the first few. So I have to say, it's a different Emin Ohanyan after the break. And for Gukesh, he still has a big lead. He's still playing fantastic chess. But now he has an opponent who is feeling quite a bit more confident.
And that happens, right? A shaky start. It takes a couple of rounds to really understand and get into the rhythm of things. And it really does look like Emin Ohanyan has found his rhythm in these last 2 games, winning a convincing game with the white pieces and then holding his own with the black pieces. And now once again, keeping it in control on the clock, he blitzes out the opening moves. Knight a4, there's a direct threat on the queen. And the idea is if black gives a check on either a5 or b4, we'll see the bishop from f4 falling back and hitting that queen with a tempo.
Yeah, and then now you can take on c5 and just get yourself the bishop pair. I like the start of this game for white. I really think that Ohanyan is playing so much better. Gukesh, a heavy favorite, regardless of the current score. He is +3, so that helps make him even more of a favorite. But I just really like the way that Ohanyan has played in the last few games. And queen b5,
so
what a
tricky
move. How does this work?
Robert, this works because he's provoking white to go e3, a move that many of us would make immediately. But the drawback of that move is, yes, you gain a tempo by hitting that queen, but you blocked your own bishop from falling back to that d2 square, what we were highlighting earlier. After e3 is when Gukesh wants to give that check on the diagonal, and now there's no good way to block the check. So it's a very tricky move there by Gukesh, provoking Ohanyan to fall for this. But he's going to find it, and he's not going to play e3.
What about e4? Like, that's the other option, because then if you give me a check, I can bring my bishop back to hit your queen. It gets very spicy. If I were Ohanyan here, I'm just taking on c5. And after bishop takes, knight takes, queen takes, it's even material. But black, it has a pair of knights. White has the pair of bishops, right? It's going to be a bishop for a knight trade. So I think that if I were Ohanyan, that's what I would be aiming for. I think I would just try to liquidate a little bit and go for that slight pull.
But we've seen Ohanyan take decisions which are super direct and concrete. You mentioned the move e4. It's on his mind. I won't be surprised if we see it. And I think after e4, the key point that the bishop can fall back from f4 to d2, maybe what Gukesh has in mind in response to e4 is the simple advance from the c5 pawn to c4. You defend your c5 pawn. You want your own bishop to jump onto b4 and give a check. And seeing that as an issue, Ohanyan does go with the idea of simplifying with capturing the c5 pawn.
And I love Gukesh's response. Knight e4 played pretty instantly. That attacks the c5 pawn, so you can take with the knight. Knight to b6 is out of the question, because bishop takes c5 will then hit the f2 pawn with checkmate. Not just a little check over there. That would end the game, and the knight would be lost on b6. So I really like this move, knight e4, and you already see the advantage start to go in black's favor a little bit. I don't think it's huge, but black can just keep developing. I wouldn't take back on c5 right now. There could be issues down with this bishop on c8 if you do.
You mentioned spicy. You wanted spicy. This is Sriracha level spicy. Rook c1 on the board, Robert, and black does need to finish development. I felt knight c6 was such a natural move to make at that moment. You want to get the knight into the play, but we see that it is indeed an inaccuracy. And this gives white an opportunity to seize the initiative. I'm trying to think, what's the move here, Robert?
I'm trying to figure that out as well. I mean, e3, there's still queen b4. Check ideas, that can't be it. So what is the move? Knight d4, there's queen b4 check. That loses the game. That's not going to work. So I'm just going process of elimination, and none of these moves seem to work. So maybe it's just a simple move, like knight to d2. That way you block the check on the diagonal. You try to get rid of black's best piece. And then if black takes on c5 with the knight, there could be an e3 or an e4 strike opening this bishop against the queen at the right moment after first taking on c5. So I think that things are getting... as I was about to pass it to you, Tanya, I realized that knight d2, I don't think you can even take on c5, because once these trades happen, there's a problem down the c line. I'm just going to show that. It's too many arrows, that this looks like an issue where you're losing a piece for black.
Nicely spotted tactics there. No chess without has knight d2. He finds that the hardest moves in chess are retreating moves. This is a different MN Ohanyan from what we started with in the match, keeping up the accuracy. But Robert, he's burnt the clock quite a bit. He's now under 2 minutes, but it has been really strong play by him. He finds the tactics with knight d2. And once again, Gukesh in trouble. He can't recapture the c5 pawn. Knight e4 in the air. White always wants to push the e pawn with a tempo. And now I'm struggling to find a response for black that keeps the balance. Maybe there's no balance anymore.
No, it looks like white is just better, and he plays bishop to b7, does Gukesh. He continues his development. Can you just take this knight on e4? D takes e4, but e3 always has this problem with queen b4 check. That's the annoying thing about this position, is you know what Gukesh's plan is. And now the bishop on b7 defends the knight on c6. So I don't think the players know that black has made some inaccuracy there. It just feels like a position. And I'm looking at the clock like you mentioned, Tanya, 2 extra minutes for Gukesh.
Emma needs to find a way to finish his developments. With that 2-minute deficit on the clock, he needs to do that quick as well. And it's not really easy. Once again, e3 runs into pins along the diagonal. Do you want to take the knight on e4? That would open up the d line. My guess would be that's too dangerous to play after rook d8 coming in, the black knight jumping to d4. Things could get super tricky for white. And I'm just wondering if white has the time to make moves like a3, b4. And I would never be brave enough to play that on the board because it just feels like I haven't finished development. I'm going to end up getting checkmated. But is there a way for black to seize the initiative if white got slow here? He starts with e3.
Whoa. Knight takes d2.
And a3 on the board now. He wants to go b4.
Oh my goodness. Knight takes d2, then b4. That's a great call by you because knight d2, queen d2, that drops a piece on a4. This queen is overloaded, but he wants to throw in b4. What a concept. I mean, this is some fascinating chess. I'm just worried about Ohanyan's clock. 41 seconds with your king in the center. It's only move 13. He has spent quite a lot of time.
Ohanyan is so sharp in tactics, and that's one thing that's been clear from the very start. Finding these dynamic ideas and some fearless play. A3 really nicely spotted. It is a thematic idea in this position to go a3, b4, but nicely timed there. Knight d2, we're going to see b4 on the board, and you can't pick up, I was going to say knight b4, but now white, do you pick up the d2 knight or do you pick up the b4? Because queen d2 runs into queen a4, so you... Oh... I'm not sure, Robert. Do you go queen d2 or a b4?
I think queen takes d2 because a b4, queen b4. Then if you take on d2, your knight on a4 is still loose. So I think that queen takes d2 at least makes material equal. But he's down to 15 seconds. He's spending so much time here.
And more than 2.5 minutes on the clock for Gukesh. If for Emin, he's played amazing chess, but just really bad time management there. He picks it up with the pawn. The c5 pawn is defended. White does have an extra pawn, but black can strike after getting his king to safety with the move a5, creating weaknesses. But he needs to make sure that white doesn't have b5 there.
Yeah, and you look at this, the queen c6. Okay, clear threat. Is that really that big of a threat? You can just push your pawn e4. But 5 seconds for Emin Ohanyan. He needs to move more quickly, and he plays bishop e5, which was a very good move.
Objectively, it's a position that's close to a winning position. He's got an extra pawn on the board, but no time. And Robert, it's going to be tough to convert this with just 2 seconds on the clock.
It's actually equal material because the knight took that pawn on b4 earlier, so it's actually even, but it's material-wise, but not even because look at these pawns here. Black's pieces are restricted. White is playing an amazing game thus far, and look at how quickly he's playing now. b5 looks like a threat to push c6. h7 is hanging. Ohanyan is outplaying Gukesh.
And in my head, white had an extra pawn the last few moves. And that's not even true right now. But yet he's got this big advantage on the eval bar. And Robert, as you're pointing out, it is because of the stronger bishops. And b5, the move we've been talking about, has been played, but at an inopportune moment. He wants to get c6 in. Gukesh says, no way, not happening. And is the c5 pawn going to be a liability for white now?
Great question. It was such an asset. Now it looks like it can be attacked. And F4, look at how quickly Ohanyan strikes. He doesn't have time to think. And Gukesh is playing in Ohanyan's time travel, but I like the way he's handling this. He's not just playing every move instantly. He's spending a few seconds here and there. Now he's sitting in for a think because F takes E5 is a threat. Pawn to F5 is a threat. EF4, Queen F4. I don't like the look of this pawn in F6 in the open diagonal. So Ohanyan has made many good ideas in this game, but he just isn't leaving himself with enough time.
Oh, 3.5 seconds left for Emin Ohanyan. And Gukesh there goes into a think because it's a critical moment. He needs to decide what to do with the pawn face-off in the center. And it's not an easy choice to make. If you sidestep with your king, white takes on e5 and it's quite weak in the center. Gukesh playing with fire. He goes d4. Everything's being traded off. The bishop on d3 is in a big pin. Robert, do you have time to go queen d5, threatening a mate on g2 as well as the bishop on d3?
I think there's queen h6 check and then bishop f1 type of ideas. This is a wild position, and he plays queen e5. It's a blunder.
Queen h6, bishop c4.
He made that move with 1.7 seconds left, and he blundered. He did not have enough time.
Was that queen h6, bishop c4, and was that the way to go? We saw that there was a big blunder. We will check it. But with what Ohanyan played, he falls into the trap, loses a piece, and loses a game. Robert, what happened there? Queen d5, so tempting. But apparently it was losing on the spot.
I'm going to bring up the board. Let's get this on the analysis board. That in that moment there, he just did not leave himself with enough time. Queen d5 was a huge blunder because of queen h6 check. And if the king goes to g8, Tanya, your point is well taken. Bishop c4 actually pins and wins the queen. Queen takes c4, you flick in. Rook takes d8 with check, and then you take this queen. You're going to be up a queen for just 2 minor pieces, winning for white. And if you play instead king to e8, so that way you're not in a pin. Bishop takes g6, check is a discovery, and winning this queen on d5. So queen h6 check was step 1. Then you move the bishop somewhere for step 2. And he would have seen this if he just had more time. You could see it's registering on his face. He knows he missed it, and he's just not leaving himself with enough time to calculate.
I think he's seeing it now, Robert, as we can see on the camera. And this is what happened in game 1 as well. And we as chess players know just how common this is. You miss a win, it's the pressure of the situation, the tension, just no seconds on the clock. But that's the format. That's the brutality of it. It requires these best, most talented prodigies to give their best. And we see that Emin Ohanyan once again struggling with the clock and with playing on seconds, not being able to convert those positions. That was a big, big miss given the match situation.
Yeah, that would have cut the deficit to 2, but now it is ballooned back to 4. So, I mean, he needs to... It's hard when you're playing game after game, and even when I play casual blitz games, if I lose one, I'm like, oh, gosh, I should have had that. And then you play another one, but you're still thinking about the last. I mean, Ohanyan has chances in this match. We said that if he's within striking distance heading into the bullet, then he could feel like he's really in this thing. But right now, he's playing a solid game with the black pieces, Tanya, but I'm worried about his clock. He still has 4 minutes, plenty of time, but every time he sits in for a big think, I'm wondering if it'll last over a minute.
I'm actually loving what Gukesh has done because this is one of my favorite systems to play against the Queen's Gambit decline and against these Carlsbad structures that Black has. For those of you who might be new to chess, the Carlsbad structure is when Black has this A7, B7, C6, D5 pawn, sort of the pawn chain in the middle of the board. And now very often the idea is here, it's a race to each other's king. What White wants to do is flick in G4, get the G pawn rolling, that knight on E5 stops meanwhile the B pawn from advancing down the board. You also want to combine some strategic ideas, Robert. The attack on the king's side, along with the strategic concept of the white king moving to B1, the rook coming to C1, and really making it difficult for Black to advance on the queen side to get some play against the king. This is one of my favorite lines against the Queen's Gambit decline.
I love this line, and I actually love it from both sides just because it's such a fun position. And C5, I was about to say that's the correct strike, and White says, good for you. I'm going to play G4. C takes D4, E takes D4. We typically like open files in front of the enemy king, but there's a knight in the way, and you're not going to dislodge it very easily. On the other hand, White is going to play Rook G1 and G5 and H4, and, some order, and that's going to be a big problem for this Black king on G8, especially because this knight on E5 is so powerful. You need to kick that out of there, but you don't have a pawn moving backwards to do so. I do like it for White, despite the fact that the engine says that Black is even slightly better.
Yeah, it's actually quite tricky because usually we get these positions with the other set of minor pieces still alive. White still has the dark squared bishop, and black still has that knight on c6. But even with these trades, it's super tricky and a lot of fun because whenever there's a race on the opposite sides, whenever there's opposite side castling, we can expect a fiery middle game, and g4 is exactly about that. But the trade of these two minor pieces that I was talking about, it does favor black. The fact that that white doesn't have the dark squared bishop, it's good news for black.
Yeah, and this is not good news for black because look at this pawn going up to g5, and there's already bishop h7 check. The king typically goes to h8. You can't do that with f7 being loose, so the king will have to go to f8, and I'm guessing that there's just a huge attack that can only be stopped by an idea like knight to e4. So maybe hg5, fg5, knight e4, because the g5 pawn might be hanging with check in some variations, but I don't see anything else because if you move your knight this way, bishop h7 check is going to be a big problem.
He's got to go knight a4. Knight d7 just looks like calling for trouble. Bishop h7, king f8, and you can even maybe sacrifice that knight on for the pawn on f7. Open up the f line, and that could just result in a checkmate immediately. You need to block the attack, but after knight e4, I still see black struggling because, Robert, you do win the g5 pawn, but for white, that means more open files on the king's side. After knight e4, a trade on e4, let's say knight takes e4, white picks up the pawn on e4 with the bishop, moves the king, and now the rook coming on to g1. And it just looks, after bishop g5, king b1, it's trouble for black.
Yeah, but you kind of have to go for this and just play bishop e6. Yeah. Give up this rook on a8 and then say, my bishops are amazing. In fact, the engine says that black's not doing that badly there. I was sort of just finishing the variation. But this is clear that black has so much control over this board with these great bishops. So I'm looking at this as an opportunity for Ohanyan to get some activity for material. But I'm looking at his clock and thinking that he is just probably going to lose this game because he doesn't even have time to make his moves.
Yeah. We saw that Ohanyan with head in hands, eyes shut. Well, right now, it's time for him to make a move. He's feeling the distress in the position because things are getting out of control. He decides to go knight h5, and after a long think, it is a big blunder. Robert, bishop h7, give that knight on f7, sack first, calculate later is the way to go in this position.
Yeah, this looks very straightforward. It's the brute force method, and the black king is in trouble. This knight would also be lost in the event of the king eventually taking on. Like knight takes f7 here also works. Here in bishop g6
like
check just to pick up this knight. But bishop h7 first is clearly more powerful because you're forcing the king towards the center of the board. So for Ohanyan, I think he's a bit rattled by that previous game, and he spent a lot of time. He's getting outplayed, and Gukesh, now he is correcting the match. He started well, struggled for a couple games, and now he's just saying, I am going to crush you if I'm playing my best chess.
And he takes it slow. And he says, you know what? I've got all the tricks on the board. I'm first going to defend the g5 pawn. I think knight f7 was also equally strong. Looked super tempting, but I like this. With just seconds on the clock, Emin will not survive this because knight f7 is still coming up. There are ideas. You could also go rook f1 and start threatening checkmate in one with rook f7. Just so many tempting options, Robert. And the only problem for Gukesh is the problem of plenty.
It's true. Rook f1, bishop e6, knight g6 is mate. So this knight g6 is the mate threat in addition to rook takes f7.
Does go for rook f1. It's just a check on g5. Picks up the piece, will sidestep. And once again, rook f7 is mate in one. What really surprises me is that Emin took that long think and played the move knight h5. And that's not a good sign.
And he resigns this game. It's another win for Gukesh. And no, that's not a good sign at all. And Tanya, I feel like he lost the flow that he had established in the previous games, where he was playing with a good pace. He was playing these strong moves, but he's getting himself into too much time trouble. So this strategy needs to change for Ohanyan.
And it's a 5-point margin now, Robert, with 7 points for Gukesh and Emin with just 2 points. And this is the last game of the 5-minute with a 1 second increment segment. After this, we will be moving on to 3+1. Robert, if Gukesh takes this and goes on with a 6-point lead, that's going to be too much to recover. And look at the position that we have on the board. And Emin there shaking his head.
Yeah, I think there's some kind of bishop b4, c3, bishop a5, knight c. I don't know what's happening here. This is some weird Sicilian line.
What do you make of Emin's reaction here? Did you see that? He's laughing and is he happy with his position? What's going on here?
This reminds me of that game between Magnus and Geary. Was it? I don't know if it was this exact position, but it was 3 pieces for a queen. White isn't even better here. I mean, look, let's count material, right? A queen and 1 pawn for 3 minor pieces. A queen and 1 pawn is worth 10, according to the point value, and the 3 minor pieces about 9, maybe a little more than 9, depending on how they're valued. I tend to like the minor pieces, especially in a position like this where Black's king is very safe. I don't like this opening at all for White.
All Gukesh needs to do is to find the harmony between these minor pieces that you're talking about. He's a bit slow on the development, and that's enough time that White has to be enough time to build that initiative with the queen, but I don't see it happening. Now with knight f6, the e4 pawn is under fire. The problem for Gukesh is he can't just go short castle. That queen on d6 makes that illegal. So how do you get that rook into the game? How do you find that harmony in your piece camp?
Yeah, I was thinking rook a5 to play bishop c5, but rook a5 invites b4, and I'm just sending White's pawns forward. I don't think I want that. Maybe bishop d8 to e7, and then I can cancel?
I was about to say that same reroute, and it happens. Great call there, Robert. It is, you fall back to go forward and to push your opponent's pieces back. Bishop d8, bishop e7, nice maneuver there.
Yeah, get that queen out of here. Let me castle in peace. And for White, I'd probably castle queenside. I know the bishop's coming to e7, but maybe White can throw these pawns forward. It's a strategy that you may want to employ. Instead, he goes short castle. He wants a more solid position.
Well, now you can go short castle as well, defend that g7 pawn, and the problem of the rook has been solved. And now it's just going to be slow game by Gukesh getting his pieces into play. He can start thinking about moves like d6, trying to get the bishop out. Knight will come to e5, hit that bishop on c4. Robert, in these kind of positions, usually the minor pieces are eventually stronger than the queen.
Yeah, and the evaluation bar is completely irrelevant. I think Black wins this type of position at like a very high rate at the highest levels because White has no plan. Like Black can just play, as you said, d6, bishop b7, great. Rook a5, a rook lift, that looks good. You can pretty much do whatever you want with Black because you have more pieces. You have 3 minor pieces for a queen, and I don't see any aggressive intentions for White. This looks like it's going to be a tough game for Emin Ohanyan.
And in this kind of a material imbalance, it only works out for the queen if the queen and the rooks can combine to create an attack on the black king. You need open files for that. You need a more open position for that. And it's hard to imagine Black having any weaknesses around the king, the queen giving any counter checks in this position. And with none of that possible, the 3 minor pieces eventually do end up prevailing. But of course, the bar is still level. It's far from that. But again, Robert, I hate to point this out in every single game, but you know exactly what I'm about to say. Look at that clock.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, look at Gukesh's trophy case. Because, you mentioned that a bunch of times too. No, I knew what you were going to say. And I feel like for Ohanyan, he will be faster in the 3-minute portion. That tends to happen for some players where they play quite slowly with the most amount of time. And then suddenly they're super fast, and it's like they don't need to think anymore. But this is just a bad position for White. And I'm trying to think of plans, because I saw that question from Longing Cat, I think was the featured chatter's name. But what plans could White have? Maybe rook to d1, and after d6, take on d6. That comes to mind, because I just want to eliminate some of Black's material. There's so many minor pieces, but that should still be really good for Gukesh. So look at the clock, look at the position. I mean, Tanya, I feel like resigning is White because I don't actually know what plan to play.
And look at Gukesh's trophies. Well, finally, Emin does take the decision to go with e5. The knight jumps onto h5, hitting the queen. The queen has to fall back, stay connected to that e5 pawn, keep it defended. Black just has to be a little careful with that knight on h5. You could go knight f4, get it back to g6. You were asking for a plan, and I think what Emin wants with this is to try to set up a battery along the b1, h7 diagonal. Bishop d3, queen e4. When you're playing with the queen against 3 minor pieces, you really want to try to find ways to build an attack against the black king. And that could be an idea that comes to mind. But Robert, again, Emin just seems to take so much time for these moments, which honestly a move like rook d1 would be good enough, and you can play it in seconds. But you just end up burning so much of your clock, and your problems are still on the board.
Yeah, perfect is the enemy of the good, and as Hikaru likes to say, it's best to play a good move quickly rather than the perfect move slowly in the quickest of time control. So I'm looking at this position. It's not like white is lost. It's not like black has a knockout, at least not yet. And I think a4 is a good move because if we think advantages in the position, white has 3-on-1 on the queen side. So if you can get those pawns rolling, that could be beneficial for white. And black needs to complete the development, but bishop d7 may walk into a timely rook d1. There are many pieces in the d file. So there are chances here for Emin.
I like what you're saying right now, because for black, the minor pieces are only as good as they can find that harmony with each other. And right now, with the rooks not being connected, not easy to get bishop d7 in. It's a bit of a big ask. Knight jumps onto f4. A nice move there, but white does have the option to start attacking the minor pieces. Instead, he goes on with the plan of gaining more space on the queen side and continues with the pawn storm.
I think it's a good call because right now the bishop on c7 has lost some of its scope. It can't get onto this diagonal towards the white king. Bishop d7 played, and look at the eval bar suddenly creeping up in white's favor. I wonder why. I guess g3 at the right moment will kick this knight back. Then f4. White is gaining a lot of space here, Tanya, and this bishop on d7, that's the most restricted piece for black. It's not doing much of anything.
And that's the key word here, what you said, restricted. White with these pawn advances, as we can see, controls more squares on the board, which means less activity for the minor pieces. G3, F4 on the king side will have a similar effect, really taking away key squares from the knights and the bishops, blocking down the diagonals, also making sure that the black knight can't jump around. The other plan that we were talking about, a potential battery on the B187 diagonal, is also being hinted at. Watch out for a timely b5. The queen from e4 is a multi-purpose piece. It's eyeing that b7 pawn in certain positions.
And Ohanyan's playing perfectly. Since I said that I had no idea what to do as white, he's showing me the answer. He's playing really well right now, and he needs to play f4. He does so. I think he could have played that move more quickly. If he were playing bullet, he would have played f4 as a borderline pre-move. So he is playing great at the moment, and I'm already looking at tactics at some point on this diagonal. Black's backing up over here, and Emin goes forward, and apparently that was not the right move.
I'm not a fan of that because that bishop either on c4 or on d3 just felt so much stronger. This allows black, again, we've been talking about bringing those minor pieces together. It looks like Gukesh has managed to do that. Knight c3 was a big threat. The pawn had to be defended, a basic but a threat that had to be parried. Rook c1 played. And now the problem for white is you can't get c4 in because b4 is hanging. So what is white's next move here? f5 is the dream, but it leaves weak squares behind. Oh, wow. h4. I wasn't expecting that, Robert.
No, I'm not sure what he's going for on that side of the board. Knight f6, watch out for knight g4, and h5 has become available. Yeah, white has too many weaknesses now. You left a lot of squares behind.
Yeah, I don't know what h4 was about, but this just means the knight jumps onto g4, and always watch out for that rook d8 landing on that d2 square. The bishop from a7 nicely placed. This is looking super dangerous for white. Black could also reroute the bishop to d7, start threatening some checks along the diagonal.
Ooh, that could be a really good idea. Another idea that comes to mind is knight d4 if you want to try to take white's bishop on a4 over here. But there are many options for black. Bishop d7, e5 looks really good, as you recommended. Knight g4, it's hard to complain about putting your knight on g4, but he does go for the simplification. The engine is not thrilled by it, but Tanya, I'm looking at this position, and is white in time with these queenside passers?
Wow. And that's the big question right now, because the bishop on a4 could also end up trapped in certain positions. Gukesh rightly picks up the d4 pawn before white gets the b pawn all the way down to the board. But the pieces are loose. Can white find a way to actually win one of the minor pieces?
Yes, we're talking about how white was in trouble. Those minor pieces were thriving. Now the minor pieces are discombobulated. They're all over the place. I still think that this knight g4 is going to be scary at some moment. But bishop a7 is met by b6, and now the pawns are really storming forward. And bishop c5 walks into pins where your rook on c8 is in trouble. So not an easy moment for Gukesh, who's dropped himself down to 45 seconds.
Gukesh under a minute and Emin under 10 seconds on the clock, and this is the kind of position where blunders are so easy to just lose a piece. And look at this, he goes for the pawn advance on a6, trying to create a diversion, but this just allows a lot of checks. Things are getting out of hand here. The knight would love to jump to g4, but the bishop on d7 is hanging. He first hits the rook hits the queen, hits the pawn on g3, and I think this might be game over for Yamin.
So he gives up the queen. He wants some kind of rook
Bishop
c1,
c6.
but rook c1 is bishop d7 check, and then take on an a7. 3 minor pieces is too much for a rook.
And we see that happen, and he gets flagged. The king moves, bishop a7, and that would be game over. Gukesh finishes the 5+1 with a 6-point lead. It's 8-2, Robert. And that is the end of the 5+1 segment. And we see Gukesh there with his trophies, looking confident, and he's showing why he is one of the best in the world.
He's barely reacting because he is looking over that game. He is analyzing. He's trying to look through the opening stage. Was that really good for me out of the opening? Yes, it was. That was a really nice game from Gukesh overall. There were some moments where White had chances, but I thought that throughout that one, it's making me go speechless almost. I thought Gukesh played a very nice game.
A really nice game showing how to handle these material imbalances in the game. He's on fire right now. We are heading into 3+1. Things are going to get even more exciting, more blunders, more brilliancies coming up. We'll be back in just a few.
This right here is how I use Chessable and why. I've been using it for a long time. I mean, if you look up here, I actually have my streak. It says 1,231 days, right? You're gonna forget a lot of the things that are in the book. Chessable came around. When I got on Chessable, it's literally, I was already doing that. So this is now a game changer because I can do it faster. It's online, it's in front of me. All of my books are here. There's gonna be folders now so I can categorize by white, black, and tactics in game. But I literally have everything in one area. As you see, I'm scrolling here. This is why I like this. So they're like, how many Chessable books you got? I'm like, all of them. How I use Chessable is actually, I do a lot for the opening training. I do tactics on here. I do calculation. I do in-game. I do everything but the database. All my training on here all the time. Chessable is the wave. This is why I like to use Chessable. It's actually helped me. I remember even online, I was only like capping out at 2350, almost 2400 in Blitz and Bullet. My chess comm is 26 with a high of 2774 in Bullet. And I blame all of this, like success really is just working on Chessable, just being honest with you. What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Welcome back, everyone. We are about to go into the 3+1 segment of the Junior Speed Chess Championship quarterfinal. It's a single elimination bracket, and Gukesh is making it look like a blowout match so far. Robert, it's 8-2 is the score, and the 17-year-old Indian has been on fire from the start.
Absolute superstar is Gukesh. You see his list of accomplishments. That's just a few of the many. He recently scored 3rd place in Norway chess. He didn't lose a single game in classical against the world's elite, including Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and the rest of the bunch. So he is, I was going to say a man on a mission, but he's still kind of a kid. He's in the Junior Speed Chess Championship, but he's an absolute beast.
Kid? What kid, Robert? He's world number 13. I know he's 17, but we've seen him play against the best players in the world and hold his own. He just recently beat Magnus on his 17th birthday. He is the youngest player to have ever beaten the former world champion, as we're still struggling to say that. But right now, it is about his match against Emin. And for Gukesh, the Junior Speed Championship means a lot, because if he wins it, Robert, it's his ticket to the Speed Chess Championship with the big boys.
And he played in the Speed Chess Championship last year. He would like to earn that ticket directly. Doesn't want to wait on the invitation game. Will I get it? Maybe not. Yeah, you probably will, I'm guessing. But still, he wants to earn it directly by winning the Junior Speed Chess Championship. And he's off to a great start against Emin Ohanyan, the 8th seed.
A fantastic start, because take a look at that. We are through with the 5-minute with a 1-second increment, and that segment ends with Gukesh on 8 points. Emin Ohanyan with 2 points there. The strategy for Emin, Robert, here has to be the 3+1. He needs to make sure that he takes that segment with at least a point or 2. Because the 1+1, again, it's anyone's battle. It's anyone's game. It's absolute randomness, and even the best player on paper struggles in those formats. But today, this man is not struggling. Meanwhile, Emin, who has had difficult position, the clock as well has been tricky for him from the start. The 3+1. Robert, what's your prediction? Will we see Emin handle the clock better this time?
Yes, I think he will. There's something a bit uncomfortable for players and the 5-minute time control, because they don't play it ever. Top players do not play with 5 minutes on the clock to start with. It's just not a time control they're used to. In FIDE over the board tournaments, it's 3 minutes plus 2-second increment. Online in Title Tuesday, which is going to start in about half an hour. It's 3 minute plus 1-second increment, which is the time control we're seeing right now. So that 5-minute time control is a bit uncomfortable for top players. And I want to add, it almost always favors the stronger player. And Gukesh, he's much higher rated than his opponent.
Yes, on paper, a hard favorite, Gukesh, in this one. Starts with the white pieces, the 3-minute segment, and it is a Ragozin out of the opening, and we see the players are blitzing out their moves. So far, so good on the clock for Emin. Gukesh hits that bishop, forces black to take the knight on c3 because the b7 pawn was hanging. It means a bishop pair for white, but black's knights in these positions are often relentless as well. Once the queen moves, the knight can jump to e4 and find its own activity.
Yeah, and one additional point about the time management is when you're playing someone like Gukesh, you're like, I can't afford to make a mistake when there are 5 minutes on the clock. When there are 3 minutes on the clock, Emin Ohanyan plays in these Title Tuesdays, in these events. He understands that these top players, they do make mistakes. They're human after all, and he brings that knight to e4. He's doing everything right thus far. You couldn't ask for more from the black side, but b5 is going to hit him at some point. He needs to be ready for it.
And this is called a minority attack in chess. And it's such a great plan to be aware of, Robert. When you've got less number of pawns than your opponent on a certain side, in this case, the queen side, you are actually the one who advanced on the board with those pawns, trying to create weaknesses. The dream for white here is to get a successful b5. It will leave black with a potential weak, alone, isolated pawn on the queen side. It's a very thematic approach. I like it. And that's what Emin is fighting against, lining up that rook against the queen. So b5 right now is out of the question, but it's always in the air.
Yes, it's White's main idea in these positions. The knight comes back to d7. Is b5 available? Because if c takes, there's queen takes c8 check. It's a difficult evaluation there, assessing it. Gukesh does it very quickly. As soon as I said it was challenging, he said, yeah, not for me. Maybe for you, Robert, but not this 27-44 in the live ratings. And Tanya, I have to say, I like White's position.
I get what you're saying, and I would have to agree with you here, Robert. I generally like agreeing with you, but here especially because White also has the bishop pair, and we've been talking about the aim of the minority attack, and we can imagine once White gets a trade in on c6, whenever he decides to do that, when Black recaptures, if Black recaptures with the pawn on c6 is weak. If you capture with the rook, the pawn on b7 is weak. This is a model game on how to go about getting a minority attack in.
And look at the time management. I mean, Gukesh is just blitzing out his moves, and he's playing excellently. It's a model game. A pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn. Right now, the base pawn is on b7, but that pawn chain is about to shrink to c6, so it sticks out more, easier for White to attack with the open lines. And I'm looking at the clock. I'm looking at the bishops. I love this for Gukesh.
And I'm looking at White's queen. That queen lands on a7. You're hitting that base of the pawn chain that you're talking about. Queen a7, I don't even see a good way for Black to actually defend that b7 pawn. It's a big threat on the board. And Emin needs to find a way to be able to meet the attack on the b7 pawn. Robert, the c6 pawn is pinned. This is big trouble for Black's pawns on the queen side.
It is, and this bishop on e4 looks very strong, but it belongs on d7. It belongs protecting the pawn on c6. Sometimes you have to suffer with passive defense, but that bishop on e4 has a hard time getting back. It looks like you're going for g2. Good luck bringing another piece into the attack. And he plays c5, a bit of desperation, a quick queen a7. I mean, Gukesh, does this guy think? The answer is yes. He just thinks so quickly, and he's such a strong player that he can make those moves in 1 second.
And this is what I was talking about, right? Once the queen gets to a7, it's going to be a nightmare to try and defend those pawns on the queen side. Currently, it's Black's knight who's doing that, but it is going to be tricky for Black to hold this position. Queen c6, a nice queen trade offer. You can't really take it because that pawn on c6 will be a monster that will go down the board to c7 and eventually to c8. Is this already game over for Black?
You know, he's hanging in there. He's hanging in tough. Is Emin Ohanyan, but he's down over 2 minutes on the clock. But suddenly it says that Black had a slight advantage. Why in the world was that?
Wow. And just 6 seconds, he loses the c4 pawn. The d pawn is about to march down the board. Robert, I do not see a way for Black to penetrate, to create threats against White's king. You're down a pawn. Your knight is more passive than the bishop. I asked you if this is busted, and I think now it is.
Is completely busted. This pawn on b6 is likely to drop in the next few moves. And Gukesh is thinking at this moment, because he has a winning position, he doesn't need to win on the clock anymore. He can just end the game in a few moves with best play. But rook c8, okay, suddenly we're seeing at least some semblance of threats. Wow! Do you see that move? Rook c7!
Did you see the response to that move?
He blundered.
Unbelievable.
That was a sick find from Gukesh.
Robert, I think we need to do a little bit of an action replay there of what just happened, because rook c7 was a star move.
Yeah, let's bring up an analysis board, because that move, rook c7, came out of nowhere. I thought he had to move the queen to make sure that that rook wasn't getting in, but he plays rook c7 because the knight is pinned. So if rook c7, bishop c7, well, good luck stopping this b-pawn. That was an amazing find by Gukesh, giving up his rook to win a queen.
And though Black blundered here, it wouldn't have helped have you moved the rook, because the b-pawn anyway advances down the board, and it was a game over. And with this, Gukesh takes the first game of the 3 minutes plus 1, and it's already a crazy opening in the second one. Robert, Black, I'm going to try and do the math here. It's taking me a while, but it turns out that the material is even.
The material is even, but apparently the position is not completely even. And he trades on e4 and brings his rook to c8. He wants that c5 pawn. Bishop b7, that's not going to work out here. Sometimes you get that in endgames specifically, but not with the queens on the board. It's not going to end well for White. So c5 is just dropping in this position, Tanya, and, well, Black will be up a pawn.
It's looking very tricky, because visually it feels that Black, with those doubled e-pawns, there should be compensation for White as well, and one of them has been picked up. Black's king is still in the center. The eval bar gives an advantage to Black, but I think practically it's not so easy to understand that. We've got the luxury of being able to see that. But for the players, Robert, for Gukesh, his king is still in the center. He's got to make sure that he keeps attacking the pieces, which he's doing. The c2 pawn is hanging. The bishop doesn't have too many squares. Bishop a6 runs into rook c6. Oh my gosh.
So what?
Yeah, this
move
is trouble.
does white have? Queen takes a6, maybe? That saves your bishop, but rook takes c2 still looks like a problem down here. I don't like this at all, and I agree with that chat from, I think it was Krishna1234, something like that. There's a good feature chat there saying that, yes, Ohanyan has experience, but time management, momentum, all against him at this point, where he may be beating grandmasters, strong grandmasters in Title Tuesday, but he's played this whole match, and he has to enter this time control down by 6 points, and now it's up to 7. This match is not going the way Ohanyan would have dreamed of.
Wow. And Gukesh has been relentless, taking advantage of the clock, as well as showing speed in moves that are actually objectively good. So he's definitely a player in form today, and I think that's going to be a tough task for Emin to come back from. Bishop e4, we see that's a cross on the board, and Gukesh slows down. He smells it as well. And the reason for that is when your opponent's king is still in the center and exposed, as the white king on e1 is, there's a feeling that you need to do something quick to take advantage of that. And he does it. Look at that move, knight e5. It cuts off the queen from defending the bishop on e4. White doesn't have the time to go shot castle. You can't really capture the knight on e5 because the rook will pick up that knight, and there is too much on the line on the e file. You end up losing big material. Robert, knight e5, it might just be time to throw in the towel. I'm trying to find what's the way that white actually keeps the material going here.
Maybe knight g5. It's an awkward move, but you are protecting your bishop on e4 and threatening nothing because the knight on e5 also covers f7. So I'm not seeing too many options here for white that don't lose material, and I think knight g5 would be the only thing that comes to mind for me.
I agree with you, because if you move the bishop anywhere trying to defend your bishop, black can get rid of the white key defender, the knight on f3, and then jump in with the rook to e5. So for example, a move like bishop, there's no good square. But anyway, white does find another way. He goes queen a6, and Gukesh immediately goes with shot castle, doesn't even consider taking on e4. Look at that tactical awareness, Robert. Knight e4 would have run into queen a8 check, recapturing that knight on e4. And Gukesh in seconds doesn't even blink an eye, just goes shot castle, all the threats on the board, and white's king in the center is about to be mated. Picks up the c1 bishop.
I say this in the most
devastating,
respectful way possible as Gukesh wins another game. I'm scared of him. Like, what I'm seeing right now is scary. Like, he is just obliterating a very strong opponent right now, and he's making it look easy. He stumbled a little bit in the 5+1. When Ohanyan won that first game, you started sensing that things were shifting a little bit in Ohanyan's favor, and then Gukesh's like, I'm a professional. You may get a game, you may get 2 games, but I'm going to stop the bleeding, and I'm going to then take over the initiative. This has been a fantastic match from Gukesh. He is a superstar. I've said it enough times today, but it's true. He is so darn strong. I don't know how anyone in the Junior SpeedChess Championship is going to compete with him, and there are some fantastic players, but when he's in this form, I just don't know what you can do.
Gukesh is a huge favorite, not just in this match, Robert, but in the entire Junior SpeedChess Championship this year. He is the top seed of the event, and one can understand that. He is world number 13. He's almost 2750 at this age. He's had phenomenal performances, but of course, with the SpeedChess Championship, it is an unpredictable format. Gukesh is a big favorite. The last 3 Junior SpeedChess Championships has been won by an Indian, and Robert, it might be the 4th one as well.
Nihal, Arjun, Gukesh, not bad names on that list. They're all, well, I guess Nihal technically isn't a super grandmaster, but, the top players, they consider him just like the rest of them. They're all super duper strong. And speaking of super strong, this attack that white is building on the king side, it looks like that's going to be super powerful because h4 played, there could be g5 and f5 and knight coming to e5 at the right moment. Where is black's attack? Queen does come up to a5, maybe trying to eye some b4 and b3 stuff, opening up that flank, but it does appear that white is just pressing forward and is unfazed about the business on the queen side. Although he should have been, perhaps.
And that's Black's only hope. And we see the eval bar. It's creeping all the way down. Queen c6. It hits the rook on a8. But it is a bad move. Robert, I'm just wondering, is there some crazy stuff like a3 on the board?
Yeah. I mean, just break
Yes,
it all open. This looks like a checkmating attack. So I picked the wrong time to compliment Gukesh so much because he immediately plays a bit of a howler of a game. He is busted right now. This is just a huge attack.
He might lose this game, but there's no such thing as a wrong time to compliment Gukesh, Robert. So that's absolutely fine. But this attack, it does seem like Black's getting to the white king first. You don't want to ever play the move a2 check. It's only a check, and then white steps onto a1, and that pawn on a2 is white's best friend. It guards the king. It's exactly what Black doesn't want. Black wants to get rid of that pawn, and I'm just wondering here, if Black was to take on b2, white must recapture that pawn on b2. And after queen a2 check, does Gukesh want to think about stepping up with the king to c3? I mean, to me, it just looks completely lost.
No, he's not going to. I actually think that after a takes b2, there might be queen a4, which could save the day. Because if you trade the queens, the attack isn't very strong, or it might still be there, but it's not going to be as menacing. But if you move the queen away somewhere, then you lose the rook on a8. So I actually think that Ohanyan has paused the right moment, but he plays ab2 anyway, and the advantage is gone.
Wow. And that's the problem, Robert. Against guys like Gukesh, getting a winning position is sometimes not even half the job done.
No, because the hardest game to win is a winning position, and look at this. Now it's white with the upper hand up a pawn. Over there on the king side, this d5 pawn is weak. Rook a1 next to just trade pieces off. And Gukesh is up. Look at the clock. He's up nearly 2 minutes.
And look at the position. He's up a pawn with all the play. The d5 pawn is super weak in the position. What a turnaround this has been. But Robert, in my head, I'm still trying to think, what did Emin miss there? Because the attack looked so powerful.
Yeah, queen a4, just a retreating move. Not always easy to spot those. And I don't know what the winning or the great continuation was. Winning is strong, and we sometimes see the bar and it's like -3 or +3. That doesn't mean it's easy and the players are just going to accomplish it. This position, wow, king of the hill. He wins that game, but he's playing chess. So is that king safe? That's a big question. But what I was going to say is this position looks a lot better, right? You see the eval bar quite high. Yeah, white looks like he should win this position, but the other one was so complicated, hard to find the accurate continuation.
And that king is only safe because of all the knights on the board. Black can give a check on e2, but then the other knight from d5 comes back to e3. And just look how beautifully they actually defend the position of that white king. And now rook f2, it does walk into a check, winning a piece. And what Emin has in mind is that with that king shift that you were pointing out, both the knights would be attacked. And that's the trap, but it still feels like knight e7 should be the correct move. And I'm trying to find a follow-up. Maybe knight e7, king f8. Robert, do you see a move there?
I'm just waiting for Gukesh to
Maybe
play.
knight g6.
Oh, I love
Gukesh
that.
is going to show us the way.
No, that's great. Knight g6 was awesome, and this wasn't it. Whoa, rook d3, but he could have taken the knight on e7.
White is currently a piece up. Both knights are attacked right now. He goes knight f5. d4 pawn isn't hanging anymore, so he goes into this endgame with an extra piece, and the other rook will come onto the open file, start threatening a checkmate in one. It's happening. Rook a1, rook a8, the rook on d2, the knight on d7 are absolutely hopeless against this attack. Tries to hide on h7.
Can you even just take on h6 and just say, I win a pawn? And he goes for that variation. Apparently not the absolute best, but still should be good enough.
100%. I think it's a super practical approach. You've got an extra pawn. You do it. You do the job. The d pawn will get the job done. The knight currently is attacked on f5. He goes to d7, eyeing that f7 pawn as well. King c4, making sure you stay connected to the d pawn. I think the d pawn is the one that will decide the game. Picks up another pawn, and Robert, rook h8 looks like a checkmate.
It looks like one. It smells like one. It is one. That is check and mate. And it's another victory for Gukesh. And for Ohanyan, he's probably super frustrated at this stage. And look what Gukesh is doing. He's playing blitz openings. You won't see Gukesh play like this in classical tournaments. No. These are reserved for blitz games. And as a player who plays the Hippo online, I have to say, Gukesh has good style in his openings. I play this a lot from the black side, so I like it.
And I see that Evalbar also likes it for black, but it's so scary to face as well. I think it's a great choice by Emin, given the match situation. He needs to go absolutely wild and absolutely crazy, create a chance in every possible game. It might not go well, but it's the need of the match right now. Robert, what's been really impressive for me has also been, have you noticed Gukesh on camera? He's had no expression so far. He's just been relentless in his play, scoring win after win, and absolutely just sitting there cool and calm and composed. That's a sign of a champion. I would probably be doing like a little dance right now with that kind of a margin on the board.
Very mature approach from Gukesh, and he just stole a central pawn, and I saw that Amin was once again flustered, very upset with how this match is going. And some may say it's great experience, but when you're in the match, you're just mad because you're a fantastic chess player. So when you're losing games, you're like, I can do this. What's wrong? Why am I not, getting these points? He blundered a central pawn. That doesn't happen to Ohanyan very often. It's just the Gukesh effect. He's just playing super well. As you said, he's unfazed and he's just a beast. Like, I know Adiban might be mad at me for, some infringements. He might get sued by Adiban for calling someone else the beast. But Gukesh is an absolute monster.
Yeah, he's playing like one today. He has been playing like one for quite a while now. And Robert, I still try to get my head around the fact that he's just 17. He turned 17 a couple of weeks ago. And that's insane. He's already in the world top 15, one of the best players in the world. And we can see his attitude. He's up by 8-2, has just won the last game, and he stays completely calm and composed. And there with the black pieces, I think he's got a good position out of the opening as well. That knight on e4, there's no pawn that can get to it. You can't really get rid of it. It's a strong knight. And never forget, the G file, which is open, can eventually be used by black to start targeting the G2 pawn.
I will never forget that. You
Never,
told me not
Robert.
to. I will never, ever forget that. I like the move knight G5. It's a great move. Just getting the knight out of the center, putting pressure down the G file on the G2 eventually. If you take, pawn takes back, the knight is kicked out of F4, which means H5 is dropping. He instead brings his knight back to D2. And for Gukesh, maybe it's time to play rook G8, but instead he plays E5 and strikes in the center.
But that's playing with fire. And the Evalbar approves. Look at the accuracy. E5 would be a scary committal move to make because you not only open yourself to the F5 point, but also the D line, where the rook is extraying the queen. But Gukesh after bishop F5 slows down. He has to move the queen. He has to find a right square for the queen. And I'm just wondering, what square is that? You don't want to move it to the E file, Robert, because white already has a rook on E1. That doesn't look ideal. Do you want to perhaps go queen C6, trying to provoke the move D5? He says, I don't care about the rook on E1. I'm going to come back with the queen to E8.
Yeah, for the first time today, probably, I'm a little disappointed. I'm going to go back. Let's bring up the analysis board because I wanted Gukesh to sacrifice his queen. And he's already had a game where he had 3 minor pieces for the queen. At this moment, if you take on F4, bishop D7, pawn takes E3, you're getting a 3rd minor piece for the queen, and you're completely winning. Like, this was just 1 by 1, takes, and you get all the pieces you want for the queen. So, I know maybe Gukesh the first time was a little stressful. Logical. But here, I just thought that he could just grab all the minors, and he is still much better. He has a great position, but it just feels like this is a little bit more challenging than it could have been. Though I look at the position now and say, all right, Gukesh, you're right again. You're making my commentary opposite. I just don't have anything to talk about because all your moves are so good.
Just insane level of accuracy and the speed with which it's played. I mean, look at the domination that black has going on currently. White trying to create chaos on the board. Instead of falling back with the bishop, goes bishop to F2. So he wants to pick up the knight on G3. And I'm just wondering, can black go knight E4 in this position?
Looks like
but it's kind of tricky. Knight E4, bishop F5. I was thinking of rook D3, Robert, and tactics.
Wow. Take on D3 to get this F2 bishop. Looks possible. I'm wondering which knight to bring to e4 as well, because you can bring your g3 knight, you can also bring your g5 knight, and fg bishop g3. All right, white's staring into the center, some weaknesses in black's camp, so there is quite a bit for Gukesh to figure out. And look at the clock, by the way, they're both about to be at 40 seconds.
I think that could be the first time that we're seeing Gukesh and Emin in this match have the exact same time. He goes for knight e4. He chooses the knight that keeps the other knight from g3 to e4. And Robert, rook d3 was the idea that I had in mind. Is that working? Because a lot of pieces are hanging. The e4 knight can also be picked up. Gukesh has calculated it through. He chooses the right approach. Knight d2. And where's the killer blow?
He goes rook f8, but rook takes d3 would definitely look like a good try. He instead goes for this because white has some loose pieces. Where's this bishop going? You might have to play g4, but then knight f3 is a fork against these rooks on d2 and e1. This is bad news once again for Ohanyan. It's been that kind of day. It's been a dominant display from Gukesh, but for Ohanyan it's just struggle after struggle. Oh.
Wow. And e4, he's threatening. The Ivalbar doesn't approve, but now the players are playing on seconds. The knight moves, he trades the rook, he can sidestep with the queen. White wants to get the c6 pawn rolling. How is he playing like this? Gukesh is just unbelievable.
Yeah, he wants some kind of queen g6, knight e4. These bishops are both loose. He starts with knight e4 because the bishop on f2 is already hanging. And you can't take on f2 because of queen takes. So watch out, there are some pins here, but oof.
Queen g6, the king on b1, the bishop on g4, the bishop on f2. Don't forget. Never forget.
I have not forgotten, don't you worry. Although maybe I should forget because all those pieces that we were just talking about are gone. But bishop d4, another nice move, making sure the knight is knight d3. Wait.
Whoa.
Is this like a mate? If you get queen a4, he was queen g1 and that's game.
You're up 2 pieces. All you had to do was parry the threat. And look at Amin. You see him reacting. He missed queen g1, which keeps everything intact. And the nightmare continues there. And Gukesh with a smile on his face for the first time.
I wonder why. I think it's because Ohanyan put a5 on his first move. It's what you call tilt. And you have to feel for him. I mean, there's no way around it. This has been a demolition. I mean, Gukesh has played stellar chess. That doesn't mean that Ohanyan's not fantastic, that he won't have a great career ahead of him. But at this moment in time, Gukesh is the stronger player, and he's showing that to the world right now.
Yeah, this is very difficult for Amin. Also, psychologically, you're at this stage where you're almost giving up at this point. You know it yourself how difficult it is to come back into the match, but you know that you have to sort of bear it for a while longer. You want the pain to stop, Robert, at this point, but there's no stopping it.
Oh, that made me sad, kind of, the way you just framed that. I do want the pain to stop. I don't want anybody to hurt. But what Gukesh is doing, it's
painful.
He's laying down the hurt right now. I mean, just everything he's doing is super powerful. Look at this game. He gave up a pawn, brought his knight to g5. He can put his queen out to h5 if he wants. Black has not developed any of these pieces because his first move was a5.
Yeah, and that queen on h6 is not going to allow the black king to castle. Black is forced to create more dark square weaknesses along on the king side. And even if you get bishop g7, you have to make more pawn moves because the h7 spot was tender. White, meanwhile, has finished development, has placed all his pieces ready for the attack, and Gukesh is already wondering if he can start marching down the board with the f-pawn. You can go f4 before you bring your knight back, trying to create play when black decides to go shut castle with the king.
Right, this knight on g5 not actually under attack at the moment because the rook is loose, but somehow I feel like black is doing quite okay. Black is very solid, and I say that, and then is there knight f7? Is that the point?
Knight f7 is definitely on Gukesh's radar. And the big question is, can he follow up with it? Can he find the follow-up to it? You mentioned it as commentators. We'd love to see that happen on the board. And there it is, Gukesh playing to the crowd. And it's also the accurate move. He also finds the follow-up, Robert. A quiet move, queen g4, putting the pressure on g6. And Emin is laughing through the pain.
Yeah, because if you don't laugh, you cry. And this move is phenomenal. G5. There's F4 ideas where you just blast open this king side, and this king is just being hunted. So great find. Knight sacrifice, followed up by queen to G4, and you can't protect G6 in any good way. It's another knockout.
This is amazing. Knight F7, Queen G4, F4. This is one for the books on how to attack when your opponent is behind in development as well as hasn't castled. With that king in the center and Gukesh striking at the right moment, Emin is... Yeah, I don't know what to say. This is not fun to watch, Robert, for Emin.
And I just have to applaud Gukesh because he went rook b3, which seemed like a pretty random move at the time, but it was for this purpose. He saw the future that he would have a blistering attack, and he brought that rook that was sitting on b1 all the way up to g3. So much credit to Gukesh. It is painful for Emin Ohanyan. We feel for him. But on the other side of it is a superstar, a fantastic player. I got to stop saying so. I need another synonym for Gukesh. What else can we call him at this point? I've complimented him.
But you go bishop e8. Robert, bishop e8, queen e7 is the only move. Yeah, what other name can you call him? A super duper star, Robert. And that's the kind of chess he's been playing. Look at that. Bishop a3. It's destruction from both sides of the board, from the king side as well as the queen side. And I think that this could be the moment that Emin decides to throw the towel in this one. You can't pick up the bishop on e8 with the queen. The g7 bishop is hanging. Meanwhile, white is ready to pick up black's material. The knight on b4 falls.
This checkmate threat on g7 is too overwhelming to deal with. White is winning back a piece that was sacrificed, and that means that you will have the same attack without a material deficit, and that is a problem for black. So...
12 seconds on the clock. Robert, at this point, Gukesh is just bullying this match.
Yes, because he's that good. He can do what he wants when he is playing in this style. And black, okay, I mean, it's trying his best over here with those pawns. But now bishop takes h6 is a threat. You can just take and play bishop h6 if you want. That looks like it should be very good.
Good and strong. And I think he's going for it. Bishop h6. There are ideas of queen g6 to follow. And you could start with queen g6 now. Black's got to go rook h7.
Or it's sacrifice the exchange over here and just start pushing these pawns.
Wow. And let's not, again, never forget, Robert, black's got some pawns on the queen side. That can get a bit tricky for white.
I will not forget, but look at white's pawns. The connect 4 doesn't win you this game. This is chess. And e6 comes to mind. E takes f5 apparently was a huge blunder. What is there here? e6 played?
I love it.
Oh, queen e8! Queen e8!
Queen e8, queen e8, rook g7, king f8. Where's the checkmate?
Rook takes f5.
Robert! Oh my god. Queen e8 is fantastic. Will Gukesh find it?
I think he will.
A lot of things win here. Queen f7 wins on the spot. You win more material. Queen e8 is checkmate. And that would be a stunning finish. He's got 50 seconds. He's looking at it. Queen e8. If you move the king, you lose the queen. If you pick up the queen, you get checkmated. Robert, that was a sweet tactic you spotted.
And I just saw Gukesh. He looked like he was mean mugging over there. I think he sees it, and he's just
he sees it.
Quadruple checking. But Queen e8 is just. I feel like I would resign the match after that move.
Robert, it's coming. You should be so proud of spotting this. Queen e8, rook g7, rook f5. That's amazing stuff, and it's gonna happen. 18 seconds. It doesn't matter. 17. Okay, Robert. He needs to make a move.
Yeah, he is really getting low on time here. He needs to go.
8.
How's his
7,
connection? Wait.
6, 5, 4, 3. Robert, what's going on? 2.
Yeah, he didn't find it.
This is it.
And he said all of his time. Isn't b1 equals queen a possibility here? b1 equals queen.
Oh my god.
What is happening in this game?
What happened there?
Where did all of White's pieces
White's everything go? And that's it. Gukesh gets checkmated. Robert, that's it. Emin wins the game.
I'm in disbelief. Can we what just happened? I don't think either player can believe it. But, you know, that's good for, I mean, he gets a win. There were some other positions that were much cleaner than this. But at this moment here, right after this capture on e6, the checkmate that we're mentioning is queen e8 check. You take rook g7 check. The king goes here. Rook takes f5. You have no moves to your king. So you have to play queen f7. And I don't know, there are probably like 8 different checkmates, forcing sequences. But I think taking here and then just even rook takes b7 should probably be sufficient. But then maybe there's a better forcing sequence. But the queen sacrifice would have led to victory. Instead, he lost the game.
Wow. A win for Amin Ohanyan from the position that we had Gukesh dominating, missing that mating idea that you just spotted, the tactic that would have been game over. Just incredible stuff we saw in this match. But for Amin, it means that he can breathe a sigh of relief as he comes back in this 3+1. We've got more action coming up. First, we're going to take a quick breather, and then the chess continues.
Okay, if I lose a game before I go to sleep, I have to play until I win. And once I win a game, then I will play another. Why isn't my chess rating going up?
We just witnessed one of the biggest turnarounds we've ever seen in the Junior Speed Chess Championship with that last win. Emin does get the scoreboard going in the 3+1 section, but still a faraway dream to make a comeback in the match, Robert.
Yeah, he is still facing a huge deficit against such a strong opponent in Gukesh. 12-3 is the score, but at least Emin got a win there. It was a topsy-turvy game, but he should be feeling good about the final result there.
That could have been 5-0 in the 3+1. And we've still got 30 more minutes of the 3+1 segment. And Emin has to try to narrow that margin even further before he gets to the bullet, where in this format, it could be his best chance, but Gukesh is giving absolutely no chances today. He's a man on a mission, and it is not mission impossible for him. He leads with a 12-3. He is the #1 seed in this year's Junior Speed Chess Championship. For him, of course, it is the prize money, but more than that, it's about winning and booking his spot in to the Speed Chess Championship, the main Speed Chess Championship, with the big boys playing. Right now, for Emin, it's been a tough ride so far, all day, and psychologically, Robert, it's such a struggle to keep going.
It is, but I think if either player is particularly frustrated right now, might not be the kid. Man, I don't know what to call them. They're so young. The junior we see on the screen in front of us, because he just won with A5 as his first move, did Emin Ohanyan. That was his first move. It was tilt. And Gukesh, he lost the game to 1A5. That is something you don't think they'll say.
Yeah, and look at that. Emin, he looks cheerful. He knows he's the underdog in the match. He knows he's playing against a world top 15 player. He's not playing against somebody who is his age. Well, that's true. But he's also playing somebody who's one of the best players in the world. Emin is not taking the pressure, but he wants to make sure that the match can be as close as possible. And right now, we are about to lift off with a 3+1. Robert, what are you expecting? Will the scoreline get narrower?
I don't think so just yet. I think we'll have to wait to the bullet before Ohanyan can really strike. Gukesh has been the better player today. He is super strong. He's super in form. He just is coming off a successful Norway chess event where he went toe-to-toe with all the best players on the planet. So for Gukesh, it just feels like he almost can do no wrong.
Well, so far, he's been absolutely excellent today in both time controls. 8-2 in the 5+1, and then 4-1 in the 3+2. And we are waiting for the games to lift off. Gukesh unfazed, Emin with an uphill task right now. And we are, Robert, have the games begun?
I'm not sure. Waiting for the action to take part. I think they will start very soon. So, yeah, the games will be on their way shortly.
We are about to lift off really soon right now for Gukesh. This does look like a blowout match that this has been. It's only the start. And let's remind everyone, Robert, that this is a single elimination bracket. We've got 8 players in the quarterfinals. This is our first match. We have a second match coming up as well right after this one.
Yeah, we do. And every single match in the JSCC features super strong, talented, guess what? Juniors. It is the Junior Speed Chess Championship, and it's Christopher Yu taking on Pranav. So that match will be very exciting. That's the 4 versus the 5 seed.
Wow. And this is the action that's coming up after Gukesh versus Emin, Christopher Yu from the United States, and Pranav from India. They will be battling it out. And again, it's a single elimination. It is the end of the road. If you're knocked out, you're knocked out of the event. And it's $50,000 on the line and the big ticket to the Speed Chess Championship. But right now, it is all about, can Emin try to make a comeback in this match? Can he at least narrow down the score enough to have a chance, to have a shot in the bullet segment? We know that we're all waiting for the bullet. Anything can happen there. Right now, we're waiting for the games to kick off. And again, chat, we're just having some technical difficulties. They will be resolved soon, and we'll have the action going.
Yes, indeed. And for Emin Ohanyan, well, he just wants to get to the bullet of this stage. He's already tilted. He played A5 on his first move. He just wants to play some games with the Super Grandmaster. Not a bad way to spend your Tuesday. And Speaking of Super Grandmasters and Tuesday, Title Tuesday happens twice on each Tuesday, and it just started 9 minutes ago. And I got word, Tanya, that there were 20 players rated over 3,000 in Blitz in Title Tuesday.
That's insane. Title Tuesday is perhaps the strongest chess tournament that happens. It happens weekly. It happens twice on Tuesday. It's Time Trouble Tuesday all along. We're seeing that in the JSCC. And today's Title Tuesday, as you're mentioning, 20 players over 3,000 rating on Chess.com. Just insane stuff. And I think the list of Grandmasters just goes on and on and on. And I'm just wondering in the Title Tuesday, Robert, today, do we have Magnus and Hikaru fighting it out while we wait for the action here to start?
I believe that Magnus is playing. I didn't get the specifics. I just saw the number. So, that's bad management by me. I should have really been looking at the specifics. But I use the break to stretch my legs. And what do you think the players do on their break, right? Gukesh is leading, and Ohanyan just wants to score some points. If we're being realistic, the match is quite out of hand. So what do you think they were getting up to? Do you think they're prepping it all?
I think Emin just wants this day to be over, Robert. It's been a tough fight for him. And with the score margin that we're seeing right now, he wants this nightmare to end as soon as possible. But of course, the players have to fight it out and they have to do the best that they can. It's not a good place for Emin. Meanwhile, Gukesh, he could just be enjoying his lead. He knows it's almost unsurmountable for all practical purpose. He's already pretty much won the match. For Emin, the nightmare continues.
Yeah, although there is prize money attached to each and every game. That's part of the Speed Chess Championship format, where the winner gets half of the allotted prize fund plus the percentage of games that they win. So if the prize fund for this particular match is $3,500, that's a lot of money. So the winner gets $1,750 plus the percentage that they score. So that's a lot at stake in each and every game.
Yeah, you've got to play for the dollars. As Magnus said, you've got to earn your dollars. And speaking of Magnus, chat is informing us and updating us that in fact in Title Tuesday, some of the players who are above 3,000, there's a certain Magnus playing, Hikaru's playing, Nihal's playing, Fabi's playing, Dubov, and Dryken. The list goes on and on. The chess doesn't stop on Chess.com.
Wait, can the list keep going? I'm actually curious who else is in the field, because if that's not a powerhouse field, I don't know what is. So keep listing those names, because that is ridiculous.
Chat, keep it coming. Keep us updated with that action while we wait for the games to kick off here. For the players, there's a lot to fight for in the Junior Speed Chess Championship. For Gukesh, it is about making it to the Speed Chess Championship, where he will be playing against the likes of Magnus and Hikaru and Fabiano. And Robert, I believe we do have liftoff.
We do indeed, and Gukesh has the white pieces in this game from what I'm seeing here, and he has this variation that we see on the board. Black has these pawns that are doubled and isolated, but what you also have is great control over the d5 square, a bishop that's just gone to b7. So Tanya, in your experience, commentating or playing, which side do you prefer? Because I have really mixed feelings about this opening.
I'm glad that we're asking about the opening, because if it was about playing Gukesh, I would prefer no side at all. I don't want any part of that battle. I'm happy commentating on any of his games. But given the position, I do like White's chances here. It just feels, and especially in these bullet and blitz formats, Robert, when you're on the defense and when your king is feeling unsafe, it's just such an unpleasant feeling. And we see this nice rook lift by Gukesh getting it into the attack. Rook h3, rook g3. Black's king has to play the defense. And the problem with that is that the rook on h8 is out of the game for a very long time. And very often in these kind of positions, Black just ends up playing without a rook. Meanwhile, White's rook is already joining the party in the center. You can sidestep with the queen to g4, threatening a basic but a big threat with queen g7.
And how do you stop it? Rook g8 is the usual way. That may walk into bishop takes h6, because there'll be a pin on the g file. Rook h7 still walks into bishop takes h6, bishop h6. That's the move.
That's the move, and that could be the game, Robert. As you're pointing out, he first hits the queen. Wherever the queen moves, bishop h6 is still in the air. It's happened, and this might just be game over for Emin. You've got the brilliancy mark there. Black can't pick up the bishop with the pawn. There's a mate on g8. You pick up the bishop with the rook. The queen steps into g7, gives a check, wins the rook on h6. And I'm afraid, Robert, this is already over.
Yeah, and look at that. Double exclamation point. I'm with it. That is sick down the G file. You told me not to forget about the G file. I don't think Gukesh forgot either, Tanya. He's using the G file. It's open. He has a queen and a rook on it, barreling down. So bishop takes h6. If you take with the pawn, queen g8 is mate. If you take with the rook, queen takes g7, hits the king, hits the rook, you're winning material. So this is a knockout blow.
This is amazing. And we're seeing moves being blitzed out, but it really doesn't matter. White picks up the other pawn on g7. Black's king stuck in the center. You could go bishop f6. Queen g8 is a massive threat on the board, winning that rook. You could also simply pick up the bishop on f6. Just keep all the threats alive. Another problem of plenty here. Really good ways to win. You can't go king e7 because white would have picked up the bishop with a check. One massive material. Emin just resigns. Doesn't want any more of the torture.
No, he does not. And it's another victory for Gukesh. And we should note that while we experienced slight technical difficulties, Gukesh had scored a victory in that time. So the score right now is just overwhelming. Gukesh, game after game, is performing at his best. And by the way, this position, I know I just asked you about an opening. This line, I've always found it to be shaky because Black's pawn structure on the queen side is compromised. White storms forward on the king side. So I think Ohanyan has the style of game that he wants right now.
I don't know what Ohanyan wants anymore, Robert. It's really difficult to say because he's not only fighting Gukesh, he's not only fighting the position, he's fighting his own mind right now. Given the score line, it's the point where you start giving up any hopes of making an actual comeback in the match. And I think he's already crossed that about 100 games ago. For Ohanyan, this is just about trying to keep the game going, maybe picking up a win or two. He knows that this is match over. He wants to try to finish on a high note, but right now he's fighting too many battles, including his own mind.
Yeah, I mean, fighting your mind when you're struggling is not a fun process. But for Ohanyan, he goes bishop d6. He cuts off that rook from the white queen on d2. And if you can swing this queen on over to the king side, we could see a checkmating attack. That black king is in a lot of trouble right now.
You really want to line up the rook and the queen on the king side. The bishop on d6 plays a really important role. And look at the way Emin does it. We've been saying that it's a tough battle, but he is fighting. He's fighting for those points. g3, it does not only attack the knight on f4, but clears the route for the queen to go to h2, start hitting that pawn on h7. Yes, black can plant a knight on h5, but it's not a stable knight. White just moves with the pawn to g4, and that knight can't stay there for too long.
So bishop c4, look at how quickly, played that. Why? I was surprised by that move, and I didn't think he had to do it so fast. There was definitely an attack brewing on the h-file.
Yeah, and it gets across, and the eval bar shoots right down. Queen h2 looked like such an attractive, normal, standard move to play in this position, but bishop c4, and I'm wanting to know, Robert, what's the drawback of this move? He goes back with the bishop to f7, and white can still go queen h2, knight g5 in the air, queen h2 in the air. Just always be careful about that bishop on d6. You've got to time the moves correctly. I would play queen h2 in this position. And Emin there with a smile.
I wonder what he's looking at because that a moment ago seemed like black had an opportunity. I wonder what it was. Maybe we can quickly try to analyze to see what was available there. I'm going to just cheat. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to use the, okay, rook d6, knight d6, queen c5. This knight is under attack, and if the knight moves, the bishop is lost. And if bishop takes d5, you take back with the pawn, and the knight is in trouble in enemy territory. So that feels like a very easy thing to miss and a super difficult thing to find. So I don't blame either player for overlooking that. Instead, we see the bishop come back to c5, the queen goes back to c7, and now it is a huge advantage for Ohanyan. And I'm trying to figure out where the checkmate comes from. Definitely on the h7 square.
It's got to be the h7 square, but also I really like the option of jumping in with the knight to g5. I hit the h7 with the knight as well as the bishop on f7. Queen h2, knight g5, two attractive options for white. The only thing not attractive is, once again, the clock management. He needs to make a choice. He needs to do it now.
Okay, so 58 seconds and counting down. Whoa! Rook h7? Brilliant! Yeah, he's just going to go over to the h-file, and there's no h5 push. So he eliminated the one piece, the smallest piece, the least valuable piece on the board that could have stopped the checkmating attack.
Okay, this is incredible stuff. And I think it's really important, Robert, that you don't start with queen h2 because that allows bishop h6 and the black king to run to g7. So after king takes h7, you have to start with knight to g5 check. Force the king back and then get the queen to the h-file. And notice how that bishop on c5 is a power piece blocking black's king into the kill zone, no f8 square. This is game over for Gukesh. So Emin, he took his time, but he found the killer blow this time.
Yeah, and that's maybe why he was looking at the cameras like, does this work? Do I have this? And yeah, he found it. What a shot. And he's a tactical player. I mean, he enjoys these types of positions. So, out of the opening, I was saying that it looked like a good opportunity for him, and he finds rook takes h7. That is one of the moves of the match.
Agree, completely agree. He thought, okay, this works as well. This is beautiful. You go queen h2, queen h7, knight g5 was the other way to do it. He finds this one, knight e7, trying to stay alive. But Robert, there's got to be a killer blow here. Queen h7, king f8. You can maybe just... Queen h7 was an inaccuracy.
It wasn't that.
Oh my gosh.
And now it's even
Robert
somehow?
and I are both trying to figure out that... What was White supposed to do if not queen g7? Robert will show us.
I think I see something. I'm going to very quickly pull up an analysis board for us because knight f6 check you can't take because if you take queen h7, king here, queen f7 is mate. That doesn't work. But if you, after knight f6, you play king f8, there's queen h8 check. Does this work? Because you can't block, I take it, your knight is pinned. After king g7, rook h7 check, king takes, rook f7 check, king here, bishop e3 check, king h5, rook h7 is mate. That is sick stuff. Whew! That would have been fire on board.
Robert, you're on fire today. What is this insane line? You can't blame the players for not finding it. But what an incredible mating sequence that was, sacrificing a piece, sacrificing the queen. Let's get up to date with the live board, and this is where we are. After everything that happened, the dust settles down, and Gukesh is winning.
And now he's not. This is
Not
what happens in blitz chess. You just start scrambling, trying to find moves. A queen c3 apparently not the best, but it looks like a pretty good move, just trying to solidify your king's defense. And white has a knight and 3 pawns for a rook.
What black's got to do is already start lining up. You can't go g4 because then black goes rook g4 and uses the pin along the f-file. So you've got to use the knight to defend that g3 pawn. And look at that. He goes rook g4 anyway. That's a beautiful move. You can pick up the pawn on f3. And I think this is just a balanced position. Draw is the most likely result, but the players are playing on seconds.
Yeah, so because of the time, I don't think a draw is that likely. Somebody is going to make a mistake, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's black. 94 to d6. Watch out for knight forks everywhere.
Knight's a super tricky piece, and we see rooks are being offered to trade. White's pawn structure is super intact on the queen side. Even if the rooks were off the board, this should still end in a draw, but it's all about the time right now. Gukesh, 17 seconds on the clock. Emin, under 5 seconds.
I think that Emin's trying to win this game. I do think knight c3. There it is.
Knight c3 on the board. And Gukesh just missed it. Look at that shake of his head. But he still got enough to hold. It's 2 versus 3 on the same side. But Emin's going to try to pull this one out of the bag.
Yeah, he's going to try to slowly just make some moves. Maybe a c3, a b4. But he should not be winning this game. In fact, the black king is in the perfect position.
And we see the players shuffling around. Emin right now not sure of what's the plan to try and improve. He eventually makes a pawn move. You've got to try to march down that board. b4 comes in after the trade. He wants to put the rook on c3, get the king up the board. And at 9 seconds for Gukesh to decide what he wants to do with the pawn. He refuses the trade. This is getting tricky to defend.
Yeah, I mean, he's going back and forth a bit, and he had to stop b5. That's why he took on b4. And now the pawns are split, so that could be bad news for white because harder to push a past pawn. You want a pawn with it. But on the other hand, maybe you can throw in an a5 or a c5 at the right moment if black's not looking out for it.
It's hard to find that right moment because look at black's defensive structure. He's put the rook on the 5th rank. a5, c5 is hard to achieve. And at the moment I say that, he walks into it, but now he can start just giving checks and then eventually putting pressure on the c pawn. Wow.
Uh-oh.
If be a bit careful, Robert. White's allowed to check on 8-7. Things could get out of hand.
Yeah, the good news is for Gukesh, this rook on b1 is on the b file rather is perfectly placed, and the white king can't cross the line. The white king would love to get to b6, but that's not going to happen.
And if you go a5, black can go rook b5 and start picking up the pawns, and he does exactly that.
I think we're
There's no way to improve this position. That's it.
Oh, he gives him a4. That's clever. He wants king b6. That was
but
really
then you go
clever.
rook a1 and you give a check on a6 and you get the position, the defensive position that you want. Another clever move, rook 8-7.
I think that Ohanyan's doing this perfectly considering it's a scramble here. He's just trying to win this pawn on his own terms, and he wants a rook d6. He's making things a little bit tricky.
Super tricky. The moment he picks up that pawn, he needs to make sure that black doesn't have a check, and that's it.
It's winning.
Have that check. Because he didn't have the check on the 6th rank. This is amazingly played by Emin.
Yes, no, really tricky stuff, and he wins the game. He was going to rook e2 check. He's going to build the bridge with the passed pawn, and he gets that win. That was an earned victory.
Super good stuff, and both players there smiling. Gukesh knows as well he got tricked there, but very convincing their play there by Emin. Emin reacting, celebrating a bit. He's had 2 back-to-back wins, and that's something to celebrate about.
Yeah, I have to be happy for him because he struggled throughout the match, and even Gukesh, who's crushing him in the match, is also probably a bit happy for him because, he knows how strong Ohanyan is. When he's playing his best chess, it's a much more combative match than we've seen thus far, but credit to Gukesh because when he's playing his best chess, and it's supposed even the slightest bit off, he is going to dominate matches like this. That's how strong he is. As you said, he's not just a kid who's happy to be in the tournament. He wants to win the whole thing, and then he wants to play in the SpeedChess Championship, and then he wants to start beating some of the top players in the world there. He played Magnus Carlsen in the 2022 SpeedChess Championship, and he lost, and it was a one-sided match in the final score. But he took 7 games off of Magnus, and he made Magnus sweat at various moments. So you have to love what Gukesh does on the chessboard. He's such a strong player. But Ohanyan, he's making this more of a match, more competitive in each and every game.
Definitely. The last 2 games, definitely a drop of sweat there on Gukesh. And we saw the feature chat about, from Krishna, I think it was, that rook pawn endings are a pain. GG. That was big GG for Emin Ohanyan as he avoided any Philidor defenses of the 6th rank, making it tricky in a drawn endgame, using the clock, keeping the game alive, not walking into a technical, theoretical draw. Some great gameplay, practical play there by Emin in that last game. But what is this wild position that we have in this one, Robert? H-file is open again. This was disastrous in the last one. There's a big threat on the board, threatening a mate with sacrificing on g6. You probably have to step up with the king to g7, not only defending the g6 pawn, but also hitting that rook on h6.
Oh, the rook's not really under attack because if you could make 2 moves and take, there's knight takes f7. And after king g7, there may be knight e6 check. Look at that. Right? There's rook takes g6 first, but knight e6 ideas. The point is that this king is getting mated. So we've seen a lot of mating nets. So it's tricky territory here for Ohanyan.
King g7 just walks into knight e6, and that's a great tactical trick once again. Someone's been doing their puzzle rush. Robert, you've been on fire with the tactics today, loving it. But if you don't have king g7, rook g6 is a massive threat. How are you fighting it? And I see that Emin's also struggling to find a way. He's down to almost a minute on the clock.
I think by process of elimination, with rook takes g6 being a winning threat, maybe bishop f8. I'm not saying it with the most confidence because there's rook h8 check ideas, but he walked right into this knight e6 idea.
And he starts with rook g6, the same idea as you mentioned, but he switches up the move order. And I think Emin might have just very well missed that because we see him shaking his head there. And once again, out of the opening, Gukesh is winning, but we've seen massive turnarounds, so I'm not going to call this over just yet.
Wait, he goes
Whoa,
rook takes
what's
d2.
going on?
He was hoping for some tricky fork or something, but the knight was pinned, so it wouldn't have worked out regardless. So he smiled at the end. He was kind of like, all right, that wasn't my game.
No, it wasn't, and it was clear from the start as Gukesh managed to build a big attack in that Queen's Gambit decline and finished it with a knockout blow on the g6 square. We've got another Sicilian Cecil for the kill by Gukesh. His opening strategy has been on point so far in this match.
He's played many different openings. He played like a modern at some point. He's just been mixing and matching, and I think in even a hippo type of variation. So I think in these matches, in this format, he's willing to take more risks because time control, it's quicker paced. So what's going on in this game? It looks like white has given up the bishop pair, but has also secured this e4 square for the bishops or the knights, whatever you want to put there, you can.
And this potentially could be the final game in the 3-minute with a 1-second increment segment. We see just about 4.5 minutes left. So not those many games in the 3-minute blitz section, after which we will have the bullet. And look at that scoreline. 8-2 in 5+1, 7-2 in 3+1. Robert, a blowout of a match. And for Emin, it's been a tough day in the office.
It certainly has been, but he's fighting. And when we get to bullet, I think he will score some victories. He'll earn some additional cash in terms of the prize fund. So I just want to say that I think if I were playing this match and it would be one side in Gukesh's favor, I'd be dejected. I'd probably just throw in the towel, maybe even resign the match as soon as I could. But I like that he is still fighting each and every game because he wants to score wins, and it's a great opportunity to play against a top-level player.
Yeah, these kids are fighters. They do not give up. And Robert, it's so easy to do that. For Emin, it's such a big opportunity to be able to play in the Junior SpeedChess Championship. The seedings did not work in his favor, that he has to play Gukesh in the first round, the top seed. He knows he's a heavy, heavy underdog. Every game is a learning experience.
And this game might reward him if black is not careful. And that's why Gukesh is pausing right now. It's a critical moment of this game. If you make some kind of aimless move like queen to c7, queen b3 is going to hurt. Your king is in the line of fire. Your bishop will be directly under attack. So queen f6 is played to keep in touch, in contact with this bishop on b2. And knight e4. White is much better here.
This is looking very tricky. The threats combining the knight, the rook, and the queen. The idea of queen b3, the loose pieces that black has with the bishop on b2, it can get very dangerous really quickly. Queen b3, I think black will be forced to step away with the king. Emin doesn't hurry. He gets greedy with the pawn. Rook d7, queen b3. I'm loving both these options right now.
This black king is definitely in trouble right now. Rook d7 also frees the d5 square for a check against this king. So if you stop me from playing queen b3, I might just play queen to d5. And I love this position for Amin Ohanyan. He's outplaying Gukesh in this game.
And that's really something to take solace in. And Robert, again, wrong direction. You can't get greedy right now. You have to go for more than just a pawn. Rook d7, queen b3 ideas. The one thing that white needs to watch out for is back rank weaknesses. But we see Gukesh returning the favor. Not easy to see why bishop d4 wasn't an accuracy. And Ohanyan just goes on with the pawn hunt.
Yeah, one thing that Ohanyan needs to be careful about is his king on h1. Rook takes f4 ideas are in the air because it's back rank checkmate, but rook takes f4, there might be rook b8 check. So black's king will be blackmate check. Back rank checkmate first. So it's a back rank checkmate threat indeed. And queen d7, that looks pretty powerful, but maybe there's not queen h4 because the bishop's hanging.
I love queen d7. It's on the board, and this might just be game over for Gukesh. I don't see a way how you're defending. You might have to go back queen g7, but a queen trade means all those extra pawns. You can even decide not to trade queens. I don't see another option except queen g7 here.
So you can trade queens if you want. If you just want to liquidate and say, I'm going to try to win the endgame. White is up 3 pawns. 3. I didn't even count until this moment. So I would be tempted to trade. But I also feel like white probably has better. I mean, queen d5 back, queen f6 would be forced, and then maybe h3, just make space for your king. This should be an opportunity for Ohanyan to strike.
And with this being the last game of the 3-minute segment, it would be great for him to be able to strike in this one, get a bit of that confidence before moving on to the bullet. And of course, as the clock runs low, the time format gets lower. You have to rely more on your intuition. And to be able to do that, confidence is key. He keeps the queens on the board, Robert. I was critical about his decision of going pawn hunting. I'm going to eat my words and say that that's really paying off right now. And we see the 3 extra pawns. It's really a big asset in White's position.
3 extra pawns is quite a number. And h3 was played. He made space for his king, created luft so the king can slap to h2. There are no problems in the back rank anymore, at least not for the time being. And queen d7. That queen can always go back there if you need. The a6 knight is hanging, but queen takes d4 check would be a big problem for black. Oof. So bishop e5, what a concept.
Nice. Yeah, it's a really cool concept, and it's still winning for White, but the thing is, this really creates a bit of a mess in the position. It forces Emin to pause and think, and that's exactly what Gukesh is hoping for. He's playing on the clock right now, using the pin along the f-file, using the fact that the knight on a6 was hanging. Finally, the queen is free. Rook h3 is in the air. White still cannot pick up that bishop on e5. The rook from f8 will pick up that rook on f1, and I think rook h3 is a legit threat because you trade it, you give up the rook, a check on g3. When the queen falls back, there's a check on d4 with the bishop. So a lot of big ideas in the position.
And he plays king g1. Now rook h3 is met by queen takes e5 check first, and then black's king is being hunted first. So that was a miss, apparently. Not the best move, but I think it's a good move considering the time on the clock.
And I can't believe that black has got time to pick up the f4 pawn because white just simply... You know what? There's no check on the back rank, actually. I was going to say give a check on the back rank, but it doesn't exist because the queen defends the a. And we're seeing another turnaround.
Oh, no. Queen takes f4. That's mate on h2.
Checkmate.
So he gives up the queen, and he's just losing the game because he's going to be down a queen for rook, and he just laughs. But that is a laugh, so you don't cry.
That is... painful. It was a great game by Emin Ohanyan. He kept things under control and he knows he was the one in driver's seat. He was so close to taking that point. This is a disappointing end to that one and a disappointing end for Emin in the 3-minute segment, Robert. Gukesh takes the last game.
He has played an excellent match, has Gukesh. He is winning this by such a huge margin, but we're about to get into the bullet. So, Ohanyan knows he cannot win this match. That is mathematically impossible, but he can have a lot of fun in the process playing some bullet against a super GM.
He's going to have a lot of fun playing bullet, trying not to think about the score. And Robert, for us, 1+1, a bullet, it means super entertainment. Chat, you don't want to miss that. It's the most fun part, and it is coming up really soon after this short break. We'll be right back.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
I was here!
I was lost. Okay, well, hey.
8, let's go!
Oh no, I think I should have just done that. Chat, I got 14.
We beat it. Let's go. No, 15. Unreal. No, first try.
8 in a row, 9 in a row, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Cool. I got a little achievement thing.
I honestly really enjoyed that. That was really cool.
Become a chess.com community streamer at go.chess.com/start streaming.
"30 minutes of bullet action." That's going to be adrenaline rush happening here, Robert. This has been just an absolutely beastly performance by Gukesh. He's running away with this one. For Emin, I think the next 30 minutes into the bullet is about having fun. Forgetting the scoreline, just trying to have as much fun as he can with the bullet.
Yeah, it's hard to forget about the match that's been taking place, but now he knows the match is over. He's going to lose, but he can earn some more money, can play bullet against a top player. That is fun, and that's things that most players do in their free time anyway.
Yeah. It's chat. It means a lot of fun for us. Super entertaining stuff. Well, Gukesh has been a favorite from the start. On paper, he is, of course, got a high rating. He's a grandmaster, Robert, and we see some stats there. And you're one who disagrees with Smarter Chess predictions. You're a rebel out there. But this one, Robert, I think Smarter Chess got it right.
Well, I think he undersold Gukesh's chances and his scores because Gukesh has won 8-2 in both the 5-minute plus 1 second increment time control and the 3+1. But we're getting into the 1+1. That's when there's just craziness, chaos. 1+1 usually equals 2, but in bullet chess it equals stress and blunders and, well, a lot of fun for spectators.
What blunders? This guy in front of us has barely made any blunders today. He's got a phenomenal score in both the 5+1 and the 3+1, but we know that bullet is a different animal. It's a different beast altogether. And for Emin, it's an opportunity to end on a high, to have some fun. Chat, get ready to get entertained. We've got a liftoff, and it starts with an opening that we've seen plenty of times in this match. Once again, a Carlsbad structure coming up, and we might be seeing opposite side castling.
Yeah, we started a Queen's Gambit decline. The bishop slides into e5. We have seen a knight replace that bishop, and then Gukesh goes for the attack. So I wonder if Ohanyan looked at this during the break if he prepared a little bit, but instead we're seeing both players castle on the king side, so it's a quieter affair.
A quieter affair, and very often the plan on this side of the board will be that you try the minority attack, and that's definitely on Gukesh's agenda. The other plan on his agenda is, on his mind, is to advance with the f-pawn, f4, f5, and it's on the board, it's coming.
Yeah, f5 does allow this knight to go into g5, so you have to time it well, but he takes on c5 instead, and that leaves this weakness behind on e3. So bishop takes c5, looks very promising. Rook to e1, maybe there's a d4 move now or in the near future.
Things are getting tricky. d4, I love it. You hit the knight, you hit the pawn on e3. But I think the point is that white can simply recapture and sidestep with the king. And all of white's pieces are ideally placed for the center opening up. A lot of pressure on black right now. Ohanyan continues to develop, lining up with the queen. The queen sidesteps, the bar drops. Although I have to say that that was a very natural looking move by Gukesh.
All the moves played thus far have looked very reasonable to me. I'm wondering if at some point bishop takes e3 is possible, rook e3, d4. Not so much anymore, now that the bishop went to f5. But I'm looking for ideas like that, kind of to simplify, because I see way too many white pieces in black's camp.
And I see way too much of a deficit on the clock as well. Once again, for Emin, he's down to about 20 seconds. And that's a 19-second advantage for Gukesh right now in bullet. You have to play the clock as much as the position. He needs to start moving fast, Robert, or this segment will also end in heartbreak for the Armenian youngster.
Well, knight e4 was a good move. Watch out for knight g3 check. That's why he brought the knight up here. And apparently rook takes e7 was a mistake. Probably queen takes e7 was better to avoid the queen trade. And we see this position, and I love it for white. This bishop, we usually like bishops over knights, but Tanya, the bishop stares into its own pawn.
Yeah, all they want to do is get rid of that e4 pawn. But that pawn is there for life. Even if white can grab it for free, Gukesh will not do it, opening up that bishop on c6. He's eyeing that bishop on c6. Also, a doubling up on the d line is on the cards. And always, the f pawn marching down the board is a threat you cannot ignore. Have to have it in your mind. Compare all the pieces. White's piece is so much more active than black's.
Knight on e5 is such a strong piece. And f6 kicks that knight out of there. The knight can go forward to g6. That looks dangerous, but back to c4 maybe even more so because the pawn on b6 is loose.
The pawn structure absolutely horrible for black. He loses one of the pawns. b2 is hanging. Gukesh defends it with the move b3. He's just up an extra healthy pawn. Can start targeting the e4 pawn now.
Oh, and forking the rooks. Knights are so strong in bullet chess. This game isn't completely over. There's still some chances for black because it is bullet. But I wouldn't be surprised, I was going to say, if Gukesh decides to liquidate, he is now up 2 pawns in a rook endgame.
A really nice practical decision there. You just trade off the pieces so there are no tricks, and now he's going to win the other pawn or force a king pawn ending, and that is it. Emin resigns, starts the next one, and we've got liftoff. And Gukesh this time with the black pieces.
Yeah, we're getting this line again. Sharp variations. But wait, you were saying with the black piece, wasn't Gukesh white in that other game in this exact line?
Yeah. I think both players have played this line with the white pieces and the black pieces. But this time it's Gukesh playing black. And it's getting very tricky already, Robert. Once again, we see the knight is on d5, bishop c4, and this time it's Gukesh going into a bit of a think, which is good news for Emin. Emin playing fast.
Emin playing fast, playing well. And if we do a quick material count, black is actually down a pawn. That double pawn c4 is gone because white played a4, a5 to kick the knight out from its perch on b6. So I like this position for white. I think it's excellent chances. And black doesn't have an idea. Black's a bit cramped. And white simply developing, protecting the pawn on b2 that frees up this bishop to develop. I really like how white's playing this game.
Yeah, and where is black's counterplay? The answer is nowhere right now, and it all comes down to, are we going to see some big blunder because it's a bullet game? Objectively, white doing really well. Queen e4, the first inaccuracy by Emin. Bishop h6 is always in the air. The knight jumps to b4. What black wants is to try and get c5 in. You want to break the center, try and create some targets for your pieces. It's not going to be easy. Meanwhile, Emin targeting black's king, h4, h5 in the air.
h4, h5 looks very good and standard. You can take on c5, play knight to e4. Oh my goodness. This knight is about to sink its teeth into a square like d6. That looks like a problem for black. Oh, nice find.
Wow, and does that just win the piece?
It
And
won
we
the
saw
game.
Gukesh there. He reacts.
Yeah,
He reacts. He knows that he missed it out, and that's it. Emin takes the point.
He reacted and he resigned. He's like, I can't look at this position anymore. That was a nice game from Ohanyan. And it's what we said from the beginning. If this match were within 3 points, I really did believe that Ohanyan would have chances. He would still be the underdog because of that 1 second increment. But he's a super talented bullet player, is Emin Ohanyan. And we just saw that on full display. That was an excellent game from him.
Yeah, and then when it comes to Bullet, Robert, you can take the ratings, the predictions, and throw them out of the window. You can burn them. It doesn't matter. It's Bullet. Anything can happen. But there is a big point deficit because of the 5+1 and the 3+1. And we see fire on the board already. Again, a line that we've seen the two of them employ in this match. Gukesh has been loving Harry the H-pawn. It's been marching down the board in several of the games. And now with that last move, Emin, he eyes that E5 pawn because of the H4, H5 advance. Gukesh losing a lot of time to finish development. He sacrifices the E5 pawn.
Yeah, taking that pawn and trying to play G3 and F4 and going for an attack, but it doesn't feel sufficient. I think, oh, look at that move. Stopping any F4 ideas and trying to get to this lonely H5 pawn. So Tanya, I haven't forgotten about it. You told me several games ago. The G file, Rook G8, I'm still looking at it, and that was a good move defending the pawn G4.
Never forget, Robert. And not only does it defend the pawn on G4, there are ideas of Rook G5 and picking up the H5 pawn at some point as well. The only problem for Emin right now is that his king is in the center. And that could always give play. The C5 pawn is a bit loose. You've got to make some decisions and precise moves here. He falls back with the queen and immediately the bar shoots up. That just shows how difficult the position is.
Yeah, but up and down it goes. Rook takes d4 was the move because that queen was loose on c7. Castling queenside defends the king from the center, but also defends the queen. So rook takes d4 is no longer an option. And black is better here. I think that Amin's been playing great in bullet. Mistakes are going to happen, everybody. The bar will go up and down. It's like a seesaw or roller coaster, whatever is your fancy there. But rook to c1, apparently a mistake. Is that d-pawn just going to roll down the board?
Black's got two extra pawns and no clear weaknesses here. White is just waiting for the clock to go even lower and potentially a blunder. You said the d-pawn's marching down the board. Yes, it started. I don't care whether the eval bar creeps up or not, Robert. d3, it does look close to winning. The queen is attacked right now, but you could go d2.
Take it. Take
D2.
it. Take the rook and then play d2.
Oof. Yeah, that looks like game over, actually. But then maybe there's rook d6 in that position, and it kind of still goes on.
Yeah, the game does go on there. That's a good point. So maybe, it goes queen d7, and it's still better for black. Maybe not the best move, but still a good enough. This pawn's going to d2, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, it's just a check. D2 now, Robert. Your idea, does it work? Well, he finds the right move. Emin with queen a4, d2 always in the air. He controls the d1 square, and now there's no stopping it. White's king will end up getting checkmated.
Yeah, look at this. It's a scramble over here where both sides... Oh, queen b4 check was a mistake somehow. There must be an attack against the black king.
Who cares? It's 2 seconds for Emin, 4 seconds for Gukesh. We can't expect a lot of shuffling around of the bar. G3, 8-7 played, and now white is completely winning.
Yeah, but how?
Can you go rook b7? Rook b7!
Oh.
I think that was rook b7 there, Robert.
His mate, what just happened? That was wild.
This is wild. This is bullet chess. It's bound to happen. Checkmates, misses, hits and misses, blunders and brilliancies. We're seeing all of that being played out. And with that third game, Gukesh with a 2-1 lead in the bullet.
And bullet chess is never smooth, but this is the type of dynamic that I thought Emin Ohanyan would want from the beginning, where yes, he would make mistakes, but he would drag Gukesh into positions where mistakes are more likely to happen. Just really feisty positions with chances for both sides. But the control that's the word you use, and it's a great one to describe how Gukesh has played. Very controlled, very measured throughout this entire match. It always felt like he had a handle on the positions until we get to bullet when nobody has a handle in any position.
And we've always said that is the best strategy for the underdog in this match format. Try to narrow down the margin with the longer time controls and then take it to bullet. It is that deep dark forest on Mikhail Tal, which is just wide enough for one of the players to come at a forest of complications, and that's exactly what you want when you want to take down a higher rated opponent. And we see this position. I like black here, Robert. Simply comparing the pawn structures, it feels like Gukesh is out of the opening without too much trouble. That bishop on g3 kind of hitting against a brick wall, which is his own pawns. No problem for black. And on the clock as well, Gukesh up.
Yeah, the one thing that I would say black needs to be careful about is this d file and the king on g8. h5 saying, I'm not afraid about my own king, but I am a little bit concerned about this king if this queen can line up on the d file and go into the position. So he goes knight f8, knight g6. Okay, no longer am I worried about the black king.
Yeah, because now you're worried about the h4 pawn and the e5 pawn, which both come under fire once the knight arrives on g6, but that would allow queen d8, a trade and activity of the rook. The rook could also start threatening the pawns on the queen's side. He starts with the king moves. Gukesh wants to keep the queens on the board, making it even trickier. Watch out for the rook coming to d8. Knight from g6 will guard the h8 square, so it's not checkmate.
Wow, what is happening here? White's going after pawns on the queen side. Knight takes e5. Do you have to take that thing? I don't think you want to allow knight g4.
I think you've got to take that knight on e5. Knight g4 with all the ideas on the back rank looks really scary, but giving up that dark squared bishop, it means a lot of weaknesses around the king. And he does allow the knight to jump into g4.
I think you should take it on c7. Yeah,
you could just go rook f1.
Rook f1, trying to get the queen over to h1. That looks good enough, but the e5 bar is going back.
Yeah, such a natural move. And once again, the eval bar says, what are you talking about? But it's the move that everyone wants to make, and it forces Emin into a think tank down to 5 seconds, 4 seconds.
And bishop g... We made one!
Queen h2, and he misses it! Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, this is bullet for you.
It really is, and that was a scramble, and he was putting up good defense. In fact, the eval bar was suggesting that he was right back in the game, but then you blunder checkmate and won, and the game is over. So we see, look at this line in the Slav. Pieces are being captured. What's the material count? Black is up a pawn, and I think that this is a fun variation. This is bullet chess, as you said.
Every game has been a fun variation with these two. The openings have often ended up in a fiery middle game, and it's been super entertaining to watch. Unfortunately for Emin, it's been going in Gukesh's way from the start. Now, again, Gukesh taking the lead in the bullet as well. I do like White's position, that A pawn marching down the board, the double C pawns, the C4 pawn can be picked up at any moment. He decides now is the right time. The F pawn's doubled up as well. Robert, the eval bar says it's fine for black, but I wouldn't be pleased if I was Emin right now.
Yeah, pawn structure problems. Although the good news for black is you are putting pressure in the center and on the queen side. So I do think that there are some chances for black. This knight on f6 can hop up to e4. There will be a lot of activity. And by the way, Ohanyan's up on time for like the first time today.
And up on time by quite a bit. This is bullet, and Gukesh is hitting the 30-second mark. Bishop c5, a queen trade on the offer. The knight jumps in. There are always threats of a fork. Watch out for knight e7. The bishop on c5 for now guards it. White can play rook to d1, getting that center file. But first he goes bishop e3. Do not pick up that bishop. Knight e7 was a trap.
Yeah, so he went rook e8, just covering the square. And I like the way that both players are handling. Bishop h6 check.
King has to go back to g8.
Where is the knockout? Knight b4 comes to mind, but I don't think that's sufficient. There is an idea here. He plays rook b1. How could you blame him for getting the rook to b7?
I love it. Rook b7. And if you got rook d6 here, you might have to play rook d6. But then you go rook d7 anyway.
With knight f6 to follow. So this knight needs to move. But where to? Knight f8? Very passive. Knight.
Ooh. Knight
somewhere.
Knight f6, rook f6, and you get the other rook to d7, Robert. That's an idea. Instead, he plays bishop g5, also really strong. You can't move the rook, the knight falls, and f6 runs into knight f6. And this is game over.
Sometimes attacking a rook with your bishop is just the best way to go, and it wins the game for Gukesh. He's looking powerful in the bullet as well. I think this is a good sign for him in the overall JSCC, because his next opponent Gukesh's next opponent will be the winner of the later match between Pranav and Christopher Yu. Both of those players are fantastic in blitz and really, really sharp in bullet. So the fact that Gukesh is hanging in there and playing excellent bullet chess is a big deal. By the way, this line is when I played as a child. If castle's kingside f5, this gets very dangerous for black.
And if Gukesh doesn't know how to handle it or hasn't really revised the theory recently, it's so easy to get into trouble really quickly. He plays the move 8-6, and we see he's burnt the clock quite a bit. He's not super familiar with it, or at least is trying to remember the theory. Robert, the good news is he's not going to get checkmated anytime soon, but he's given a big edge to white. Look at that. The pawn going down to h4. You can't pick it up. The g7 pawn will fall. King d1, defending knight c2, but that felt strange.
Yeah, king d1 was, I guess, maybe a move slow, but now he's stealing the g5 pawn. But look at that. Black was able to castle. So king d1, I think you were supposed to give up material. We usually don't have time to analyze in bullet, but I'm going to do it. I'm sorry, everybody. Let's look at that variation, because I'm pretty sure, if my memory serves me correctly from my childhood, that a move like rook h3, and then you give up this rook in the corner and just go after the black king. Because after rook takes h3, queen takes h3, this queen is getting in here and the king is being hunted. So you give up a rook because black hasn't developed. It's a very, very nasty variation that's hard to meet, especially with no time on the clock.
But it's still super nasty for Emin now. And he does miss that opportunity. And now it's his king that's under fire. King d1, the move that we were talking about, Robert, forces white to give up more material. Yeah, this is just over. You can pick up the queen immediately. And he does it.
And he resigns. So Gukesh with another win. He is on fire today.
Just unstoppable. He's a favorite on paper, a big, big favorite, and he shows why he lives up to it in big style, taking the match in each and every segment with a dominating performance. And now with the white pieces and just 12 and a half minutes remaining for the rest of the match. There's no coming back for it, but for Emin, it's just about trying to get a couple of wins in if he can as a silver lining.
Yeah, want to score a few important wins. You want to earn yourself a little bit more cash, and you just want to feel better about how the match has gone because it's been as one-sided as it gets, 21-5 in Gukesh's favor. But look at how combative the chess has been. Look at this game here, Tanya. This knight goes up to f5. Can black just play d4? We saw a variation similar to this where black had these pawns. I mean, they seem to like these lines.
Yeah, very energetic play by both these players. They haven't backed down. Fearless chess, regardless of the scoreline. We've seen by both Emin and Gukesh, and a crazy position right now. d4 played, but the knight isn't hanging, so he just takes this moment to get the king to safety. There's a pin along the d line, and wow, black goes shock castle after having all these pawns which are down the board. All the weaknesses on the king side. I see the eval bar, but Robert, this can get dangerous very quickly for the black king.
Yeah, look at this move f3, trying to pry open the G file that you told me was very important not to forget about, so I haven't. And he plays f4 at the moment, trying to kick this knight away. If the knight goes to c6, the c4 pawn drops. d3, the queen can move up to c3, and c4 will still drop in the near future. So it's a very tricky position. I'm starting to like white's chances.
Super tricky, and once again, in the bullet, you obviously don't care about what the eval bar says. But if you just look at the position visually, yes, black's got these two pawns down the board, but the king feels so unsafe right now. And one by one, the pawns are just falling. You can even pick up bishop d3 right now.
They are falling, but what black's trying to do is take on e4, play bishop to f6, and speaking of unsafe kings, with a bishop on f6 and a queen lined up on the b file, the b2 pawn would be under attack with checkmating threats. So look at black, very solid, all the pieces on good squares, and now the queens are off the board, so opposite color bishops. Does that mean it's a draw?
What's the pawn count, Robert? It's 6 to white, and white has an extra pawn, but look at those two f-pawns doubled up, opposite color bishop. Should be holding, but this is bullet. Who cares what the objective evaluation is? Anything can happen till the very end. It's about flagging your opponent. It's about being the one who makes the last mistake. And once again, h3 coming up. He's trying to free up the king side, trying to create some play there. It's far from over.
I have to say I'm quite impressed by Gukesh's bullet. I didn't know that he was this strong in bullet. His rook e1 a problem, king c2 protects. So I think g3 will drop, but clearly white is not worse.
White's not worse, but I don't even think White's that much better. What White really wants is to get a4 and create another weakness on the king's side, preempting that. Emin gets the knight into the game, picks up the f4 pawn. Things are getting a bit crazy. Black's also super active right now. I'm starting to like Black's chances here with b3 coming in. You might not be too happy where to move the king.
King d2, bishop takes b2, this rook takes f4, so you can't steal that pawn just yet.
Not just yet, but it's a forever weakness. The rook is coming to b1. You might have to fall back with your knight to c3.
Oh, there has to be tactics.
King e3.
Rook g2 check, trading off the rooks. That's very helpful for
But then
White.
you take it, you pick up the b2 pawn. He could have picked up the b2 pawn. Or maybe not.
Yeah, the knight was under attack just there, but now b3's gone, so is a5.
And White has an extra pawn. And White's the one who's pushing because Black's knight is super far away from that a4 pawn. And look at that move, bishop c2, keeping the bishop 2 squares ahead of the knight to control all the squares from which the knight can get to the queen's side.
Yeah, the knight will have to take a slower route, and knight a5 is c6, but the king goes to c5. Not king c5 now because knight d7 check.
And now knight c8 is coming with a7.
Oh, but you go king e5. So you give up this bishop for the pawn, and that's why king b4. What a move, by the way. Just bring the king up all the way forward to b7.
Whoa. And is Black in time with queening? And now we're going to see queen and knight versus queen. This is getting crazy. White tries to bring the knight back, and he does because Black's bishop cannot stop a7.
He had to play bishop f4 first, so the knight couldn't stop the pawn, and then f2. Impossible to find in bullet. Ohanyan laughs. He's beside himself. And Gukesh, he returns the favor. Both players, they seem to be in pretty good spirits.
Yeah, they're having fun. This is bullet. It's far from anything that... It's a different format completely. It's about being entertained. It's about having fun, playing fast, and that's what Emin is doing right now. But Gukesh just so strong. And look at this. With the black pieces, Gukesh employs the same idea that he has been with white. The H-pawn. Harry the H-pawn is on fire today.
We have a
There's
Karo
no
Khan. They say in the Queen's game at all pawns, no hope. But when I look at Gukesh play, I see a lot of pawns, and I also see a lot of hope. This person, he's one of the hopes of Indian chess. And Tanya, as a compatriot of his, how much does India pay attention to matches like this? Because I know chess-based India, they're always covering and commentating. Hello, if you're watching or you see this later. Hi, everybody. But also, I believe the media often picks up on these matches and they cover them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big deal for the Indian chess fans as well as the Indian community. These matches are big ones. We've seen Nihal win it. We've seen Arjun win it and then go on to have those were the breakout performances and then go on to shine on the big stage. So there's a lot of interest. And I think for India, they're all hoping that Gukesh does win it, go on to play the Speed Chess Championship. And I'm sure the fans are super happy to see the way he's handled his first match. And look at that. A sacrifice on h3. What's going on here? Rook e8? Can you just go queen g... No, you can't go queen g4. You have to pick up the rook, but then you can go pick up the bishop on h3.
So it throws in bishop g2 first because he was losing a piece. And if you move the rook back, suddenly this queen gets into h3 and you might be in some trouble. So this was out of desperation rather than something he desired to do. But it's going to be an extra piece for white for a couple pawns. Now can Ohanyan convert that?
He's got to play fast, Robert. This is bullet. Pick up that bishop. Think later. If you come back with the rook, he's trying to see if he can keep the rook alive. He's thinking about rook e3, trying to defend that h3 square, but it's so risky to do that. But maybe it was the right way to go because we see the eval bar dip down. And after king g2, I don't believe that queen g4 can be anything. So he starts with a check on h3.
Saying, where are you going with the king? If king f1 is like h2?
Oof. And you've got to go bishop e4 then.
h2, bishop e4, queen takes e8. I feel like black has legit chances there.
It's looking really tricky. He starts with queen e8. The queen falls back. He wants to go to queen h5 and start creating counterplay of his own, also keeping an eye on the h-pawn.
That was an essential tempo, it seems, because now the queen's on h5, stopping the h-pawn, also threatening. So the king goes out to e7. That's where it's going to escape to. Look at the time, by the way. Both players down to about 6 seconds.
Well, it's bullet. It's bound to happen. b5, white completely winning with an extra piece. But as long as that h3 pawn is alive, Gukesh will try and fight this one out. Queen e5 played. Well, that h3 pawn does fall. The queen comes into activity. The king has to step up to defend the bishops.
This doesn't look very easy. The king is getting checked around a bunch. Back to d4. Goes queen f5. Probably should bring the queen there.
Good spot there. But queen f2 was a big threat.
And he goes queen g1. So he doesn't want the king to run away. But bishop takes d6. What is happening in this game?
Picks up the f6 pawn. Oh. Bishop c3. And this should be checkmate. This has to be checkmate.
Yeah, this is a game that will not slip the grasp of Ohanyan. He gets a win. And Tanya, with 4 minutes and 23 seconds left in the entire match, I think we'll get 2 more games.
I think we're in for 2 more bullet fun here. And of course, the players are taking this match very seriously. But with the big margin that Gukesh has, for Emin to make a comeback in the bullet is not possible. But it's been a big fight still. Playing dynamic, energetic chess, and we might be in for another fun game. Bishop d3. Develop both players playing standard opening ideas right now. Black wants to play b6, bishop b7. But do you have enough time to get that in?
Important question, because look at White's pieces on the d file. There are many of them there, also staring towards the black king side. So you do need to be careful if you're in Ohanyan. He's not moving.
He's not moving. 30 seconds on the clock. And wow, that was a long think in a bullet game to pick up that knight on c3.
Yeah, too long, because now Gukesh has more time than he started with, and Ohanyan down to 25 seconds himself.
8-6. White can think about starting to line up the bishop and the queen along the diagonal. He can start with rook c1. The bishop falls back to b1. But Gukesh, with a different approach, centralizes the bishop. The rook will land on c1. And it does. And maybe queen e2 here.
Yeah, no, White is looking...
I like bishop b1.
Sorry, I agree with you. I say White's looking good, and bishop b1 going to the diagonal and trying to line them all up. It looks great with the bishop on c3 as well.
I love it. A lot of attacking possibilities. And, of course, up on the clock again. Gukesh, this bishop d4. You can't pick up the bishop on e4. The queen is hanging, and White is threatening to trade on c6, destroying Black's pawn structure. Queen g4 would threaten a mate on g7.
Yeah, so how should you stop that? Maybe e5? Not really a move you want to play, but there's a lot of tension going on between the pieces.
e5? Yeah, it's such a committal move, Robert. So many weaknesses along the light squares, but it might be the choice to go for. Instead, he defends with the bishop. Now the c6 pawn is weak, and this is one of those very pleasant positions for White to play.
Yeah, you're playing without any risk whatsoever. If your opponent plays perfectly, he'll make a draw. But if he makes any sort of mistake, pushes a pawn too soon, the pawns get weak, and maybe White can pick them off.
Rook defends the c6 pawn. And it's all about, can White find a breakthrough here? Very pleasant position, but what's next? He stops any activity on the queen side with that a3 move. The bishop on d4, nicely placed. It's being destabilized now. But I like what Ohanyan has done. He's taken control of the only open file in the position, doubling up on the d-line.
Yeah, it looks good, but if the queens come off the board, suddenly White is going to be very happy. The a4 pawn can be best defended by the queen that's situated on b5, but if these queens come off the board, then there's going to be a problem on the a4 square.
2 seconds for Emin. I don't think the problem is the board, Robert, right now. The problem is the clock, but look at it. He's going for White's king. He's trying to double up and threaten some sacrifices on g3.
And queen needs to get up to d4 somehow. If that queen presses forward, Black's king is in trouble.
But Black's queen taking control of all those central squares. Also, if Black trades the queens, then the d3 pawn falls. So queen d4 is a possibility. Any endgame will be winning for White, and I think he missed that opportunity before Black got the bishop to c5.
Yeah, queen d4 was nice. Queen takes d3 didn't work because the g3 pawn would have been loose, but instead, whoa, is king d1, queen b3 check. Queen comes back to e6, borderline pre-moved.
Tricky.
This pawn on d3 is so strong.
So strong. It's coming to d2 as well. The only thing is that Black's king is really weak, and queen d4 is always in the air. Never trade queens here, because then White is completely winning. But Robert, maybe it's too late. Maybe White is anyway winning because the king picks up the d3 pawn.
Queen takes f1. He puts the queen on the hanging square, and Gukesh takes it. There's 18 seconds left, which means we get one final game, Tanya. I mean, Gukesh, he ran away with this match early, and he continues to score points.
And look at that scoreline. 8-2, 8-2, and a potential 8-2 coming up in the bullet as well.
What is this again? the 3 minor pieces for the queen. This was really good for black, I thought, but perhaps Ohanyan looked at it a bit, and so he's happy to repeat the line. Although the more I look at this position, I don't see how anyone could be happy to have the white pieces in this one.
Yeah, and Gukesh continues to play fast, as does Emin, but it's too little too late. The position itself is imbalanced. Once again, the 3 minor pieces against the queen, as long as there are no weaknesses around the king, are often the ones that are better and stronger. You just need to find your harmony. The bishop on f5 can fall back to g6 to defend that tender f7 spot.
Oh, look at that. These bishops are under threat right now. How do you defend them?
Because if you go knight e7, white can actually go rook takes e7, bishop e7, queen f5, but that might be the only move. And then you go rook a4.
Okay,
Tactics
you spotted it,
on
and
the
he
board.
played it. Yeah, it does seem like white has a lot of material, right? That's such a good
Rook
find
a4
by
on the
you.
board.
Yeah. Good find by you, good find by Gukesh. Double exclam. You take the rook, you get back rank checkmated. You don't take the rook, you lose this bishop. So great find, Tanya. That was really excellently spotted.
Yeah, this is, I'm so happy to see the brilliancy spot. Proud of myself there. Rook a4, hitting that rook, taking advantage of the back rank weakness. I think bishop f7 was the only response in the position. Robert, I'm afraid this one's ending 8-2 as well.
It looks like it. Black has a rook, a knight, and a bishop for a queen and just 1 pawn. So 10 points for white. That sounds like 11 for black with that material. And oh my goodness, every piece is defended and defending something. This is brilliant stuff from Gukesh.
Before coming in, taking advantage of the pin along the C line. But you've got to be a little careful because that rook on c4 can become a target along the diagonal. So don't rush with b4. He does exactly that. Now knight h5, knight g3 ideas in the air.
Yeah, this rook on e5 defends the bishop, so there's no sacrifices and no threats against it on e7. And plenty of time for... I would think of rook c4 to c6 and then rook to e6. I'll just double my rooks.
Oof. King g6. Interesting choice there by Gukesh, walking into a check.
And g5. Wait, did he just hang the pawn? And there's got to be
Rook
a mate.
f4? Yeah, and then you go rook f1, bishop g1, bishop f2, bishop g3.
Oh,
You've
knight
got to
to
stop
e4.
that. Just power play there.
He resigned. And they're starting a new game, but I don't think it's going to count because the match clock has elapsed completely. Gukesh is our winner in the first Junior Speed Chess Championship quarterfinal.
And with that dominating performance, Gukesh advances to the semifinals. It is the end of the road for Emin Ohanyan. He was brave today, but just facing the monstrous Gukesh, who was so in form, taking it 8-2 in each of the segments. It's been an all-out Gukesh show today.
8-2, 8-2, 8-2. So yesterday, the 0.9 finish for Itirizaga. Today, 8-2. That's the number that you need to remember. 24-6 overall. Tanya, you don't see matches this lopsided very often.
8 is the magic number for the day, Robert. And I think our Smarter Chess prediction was 18-10 for Gukesh. And this one, he just takes it to a whole new level. And with that win, Gukesh goes on to the semifinals. He will be playing against the winner of the next match that's coming up. And that's going to be a big, big fight. And Robert, in my eyes, that's a closer match to call.
Oh, it's impossible to pick a favorite there because both of those players are evenly matched in blitz and bullet. Their ratings are quite similar. Christopher Yu, he is a chess composer. He's won awards for chess composition. He's a brilliant kid, and so is Pranav. Buddy, he's very popular on the Chess Broad channel. He did well in some Pro Chess League matches, and he's been playing in the just finished Asian Continental Championship, so he's very active over the board. I believe he got a silver medal in the Asian Continental Blitz, so he's had many successes to his name. That match is too close for me to call.
And this is our bracket. We are done with the first match of the quarterfinals of the Junior Speed Chess Championship. Gukesh with a dominating performance against Emin Ohanyan there, 24-6. And now it's Christopher Yu, the masterful play in tactics by Christopher Yu. We're all aware of that. Pranav will be facing that. A very close match. No favorites in that one. That's coming up. Robert, it's going to be an exciting one. As you mentioned, too hard to pick a favorite. But if I had to put you on a spot right now and ask you to make a prediction, what would it be? Who's going through to the semifinals?
Oh my goodness. I do this to people all the time, so I appreciate you returning the favor. I'm going to go with, we're all going to win because, chess is a beautiful game and we're all learning and having a good time. But I'm going to go with Buddy Pranav. I just think that he's very informed in all spheres of chess. And so I'm going to go with him with the slightest of nods.
Wow. And Pranav, we've seen him in the Pro Chess League as well. He's so strong in these speed chess formats, Robert. He loves to play. He loves to play these faster formats. And that's what he's up against. But he will be playing against Christopher Yu. And it's going to be a big, big fight. It's been such a fun day of chess. And the action continues. And I've loved chat keeping us updated with all that's going on in Title Tuesday, sharing their thoughts on the match, sending good vibes to Emin on a very difficult day. Robert, it's been like a bit of a community that we've had going with the chat here.
Yeah, no, the chat is awesome when they decide to behave and I decide to pay them some attention. It's okay. We had a good day today. I appreciate you. But in all seriousness, we always appreciate everybody tuning in, watching the matches, learning, having fun along the way. It makes it that much more fun for everyone involved.
And speaking of community, Robert, this is the chance for our chat to join the official chess.com community club. This is the place to be for all info on community tournaments, giveaways, contests, and other events. Plus, connect with the community and stay up to date on the chess world. Use the command community in chat to get in on all the action. Don't miss out on that, and don't miss out on the match that is coming up as Christopher Yu takes on Pranav in the next quarterfinal of this Junior Speed Chess Championship. Mike Klein and Aman Hamilton will be calling all the action. It's a goodbye from Robert and myself. See you later, chat.